Still more scuff. I left my microphone off. Oh, dear. Definitely out of sorts today. But, okay, we are starting. We are actually starting now. Yay. With a new trial in Game 3 of the Phoenix Wright Trilogy, the Ace Attorney Trilogy. I think this is Case 3 of Game 3. And we have started with what seems like either a guilty verdict on one of Phoenix's clients or a guilty verdict on Phoenix, because the animation implied that somebody who looked very much like Phoenix poisoned some, or put some sort of poison in a cup of tea/coffee. But we're going to have to find out, because that whole sequence kind of flowed right by, didn't it? Pushing some buttons here, pushing some buttons. Okay. Tell us what actually happened. Was that a flash forward? Not uncommon that we have a flash forward to the events. The start of the new year always makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. I bet it does, Maya. So, I've decided that our resolution should be Zvari, take on the world. Zvari being a reference to the villain in the last trial. Which apparently is a distortion of a word used in Japanese infomercials that is often things like definitely. Like, it definitely does that. Beverage. There we go. What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya, but I think maybe you've had more than enough mistletoe cake. Mistletoe's poison, right? Like, is it a type of cake that's decorated and just decorated in a way that you would call it mistletoe cake? Never. You've got to eat a lot of cake during New Year's. It's practically a tradition. Nice upbeat music. Like watching the fireworks on TV or playing a board game. Hey, pal. Enter Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe. Happy New Year, Detective. Likewise, now listen up, Wright. Here's to another fruitful year of lawyer-police cooperation. Yeah, me too. Alright, pal, you've got some explaining to... Have you got a holiday present for me, Detective? I like how they keep interrupting him and he keeps politely responding before realizing he should be shouting again. What? Well, here, have this. It's really nothing much, but... Yay, thanks. Look, pal, we have to talk. Take a seat. What about Pearly? You haven't forgotten her present, have you? My, master derailer. No, no, I mean, yes, I mean, no. Are you doing this on purpose? I guess I'm busted. How did you like my first practical joke of the year? Very funny, pal. Now let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this. What is it? A magazine? Hey, I want to see. Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced. Trounced. Let me see that. The defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this? It's a report, pal, about you. Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the ruling in this case. Well, don't tell me you don't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. That happened in a flash aside or a flashback. How are we supposed to know what happened? Breaking narrative causality here, Gumshoe. When was that issue from, anyway? December of last year, which I guess makes it last month. Which makes it old news, you mean? But I wasn't involved in a poisoning case in December. So what do you think this is all about, Nick? If it wasn't you, pal, then that leaves only one possibility. No way. You don't mean... A phony Nick? This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. Guess he's starting off the year with one, too. As I was trounced and my client was found guilty. What are you going to do about it, pal? What do you mean, what am I going to do about it? Well, it's your fault that the judge found the defendant guilty in this case. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of. I mean, Phoenix has got to be at least a little famous, because he keeps defeating, you know, the best prosecutor ever prosecutor of the day. Whether that's Edgeworth or Franziska. Or apparently Godot, despite it, you know, never having a case before. See what happens when you hotshots start getting too full of yourselves. I didn't do anything wrong. At least not that I can remember. You better make this right, pal, now. That means taking the case back to court. Got it? Sounds like we've got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto. You know, let's look that up. What is the origin of gusto? Apparently shows up early 17th century, from Italian, and then from before that from Latin, related to taste in Latin. Interesting. Hey there, Sidey. Welcome, welcome. Doing pretty good, pretty good. It's been a busy day. It's been a busy day. Did the classic rolling downhill start to the stream, but we got it working. Got it working. How about you? How's your day going? So, like, we've got quite... Yeah, tackle it with gusto. Yep. Just looking up gusto. Thanks, Flexi. I knew I forgot something. Well, I forgot something else, too. There, fixed. I mean, totally never happened. Oh, thank you, Flexi. Had some luck greatly, Sidey. Like, good luck? Hey there, Galaxy. Exactly, Phoenix Wright time. Objections and what have you. Ooh, good luck. In what way? How's your day going, Flexi? Oh, trying for a different account name, huh there, Galaxy? I saw that you're making Monday your Dare Drop day, Flexi. The judge already issued a guilty verdict once in this case. It's not going to be easy to get it overturned. Guess that New Year's resolution is going to have to wait until next year. So you're taking the case, right? Good. I'm going to head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something. Okay, pal? For those just joining, the opening sequence seemed to be a poisoning case in which Pain actually beat Phoenix. And now Gumshoe shows up with a magazine from... This is New Year's. Gumshoe shows up with a magazine from in December saying that Phoenix was beaten thoroughly, trounced, and that their handling of the case was really juvenile. But Phoenix doesn't remember that. They didn't have any sort of poisoning trial during December. So there's some sort of impersonator who has besmirched Phoenix's name. Oh, nice. Not terribly fond of the gacha game pattern. And by not terribly fond, I believe it's a plague on the industry. But Genshin Impact does seem to be one of the ones that at least the game seems to be not a carbon copy of dozens of other games that are already out there. You know, Raid is a copy of prior ones, is a copy of prior ones, is a copy of prior ones. But at least Genshin is doing something interesting, and the art is cool. But lucky, it would seem. Yep. Gacha games tend to breed gacha games. If one's successful, then there will be more. Yeah, it seems like there is a game aside from the gacha. Which is refreshing, you know? Maybe one day we'll play that. Quick question for you folks. Can you read the chat down there? I just want to make sure. Is it clear? Well, apparently we've been roped into this case regardless of what we want. Because people are starting to know the name Phoenix Wright. If a client entrusted a case to me based on my reputation, I guess I am kind of responsible. Why would somebody want to impersonate me? What sort of guy would do that? The implications of the opening sequence were that the person who was found guilty said that they saw somebody else, and that somebody else looked like Phoenix Wright. So maybe the impersonator poisoned somebody, uh, and then set them up in a trial. To make Phoenix look bad for narrative reasons. Okay, Maya is just our tutorial marker for a moment there. This is so nerve-wracking, waiting to meet our new client. I wonder just what kind of person you tricked and got found guilty. Oh, it's nice that they have said, like, this seems to have been the work of an impersonator. Definitely a phony. But they keep referring to it as Phoenix's fault that all of this happened. Like, you did this, Phoenix. Keep it down, Maya. That kind of talk could ruin me. How could you, Mr. Wright? How could you do this to me? She looks kind of like the incredibly unlucky police officer, the one that had the feathers on her outfit. She was the one in the case with the banana yellow baseball mitt, custom baseball mitt. They put me in solitary. Oh, yeah, that's definitely her. Her downcast eyes appear, her downcast face appearance lines up. I haven't been able to stop crying. Aren't you? Yes, I am. I am totally and utterly let down. Are you? Don't pretend you don't know me. It's Maggie. Remember? Maggie Bird. Maggie Bird. Ah. Flashback. Maggie Bird. She's the policewoman I defended that one time. She was accused of murdering her lover. He was a cop, too. She vowed to go out and work on herself and not be known as like a harbinger of doom level unlucky person, and merely be considered unlucky. What are you doing in here? Didn't I get you a quick... Oh, sure, very funny. After that fifth-rate defense job, you come in here and start making jokes? Better hurry up and tell her what happened, Nick. What are you doing, Sherbet? What are you doing? Huh? What? He's trilling at me. She is very angry, Galaxy. Come here, Sherbet. Come on. Body. Body. Oh, I see. So that's where we stand right now. So I get that they have an impersonator scenario, but he has an established law office, like a place that people could go to. Uh, did somebody like either take out an ad in the phone book or like get a fake website, therealphoenixwright.com? And people were like, oh, well, that one says the real Phoenix Wright. So this is clearly the real one. It says so in the name. Yep, I will trust this person implicitly. Sorry, you've been caught up in another murder. Maya knows what that feels like. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. I vaguely remember her saying the exact same thing last time. But I don't mind. What's one more disaster in my life? The way she described her life prior is calamitous. Like, her ability to survive, or anyone's ability to survive in her presence, was impressive. I would say that Meekin's was a rival for that, but Meekin's bad luck only applied to him. Like, it was impressive that Meekin survived. With her, it was impressive that anybody could come within a radius of her. At least now the real Mr. Wright is here with me. I won't let the world keep me down, sir. So how come you're dressed like that, Maggie? Last year you looked so sharp in that police uniform. I was fired after that incident last year. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay, I don't mind one bit. I enjoyed being on the force, but I think it was time for me to move on. So what do you do now? In the second act of The Life of Maggie Bird, I'm playing the role of a waitress. A waitress? Yes, in a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and shapely figure came through for me. Ah, so it's a classy place, I see. The owner, Mr. Armstrong, are we gonna get to see, like... I desperately wanted to be Armstrong from Full Metal Alchemist. All flexing and sparkles. Or at least a reasonable facsimile thereof. Come on, game. Let's do it. Then you got into this mess straight away, right? Yeah, you could put it that way. This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month. And it happened at Très Bien, which I assume is the cafe. Très Bien? Yes, it's a restaurant where the good service and a friendly smile are always included. Oh. Oh, look. Vegeta's gone undercover. His suspiciousness is over 9,000. Which I do find fun that is a... that I believe the number was never actually in the original text. It was only in the dub. And yet it has entered meme lore. There is it's over 9,000 raw or smash. I think the original text was impossible, which I think was better because they never actually put a number to it, but that did introduce the whole concept of power levels, and then things went downhill from there. Anybody recognizing this? Anybody from the Dragon Ball Z era of anime? There were 2 men at the table drinking coffee. And then, okay, so we have our fake Phoenix here. And she saw fake Phoenix drug the place. One of the men slipped some poison into the victim's cup. Victim took just 1 sip and was gasping for air. Wow. Nasty stuff. Was so shocked I passed out. Hey, hold on there, Maggie. What? You keep calling the guy the victim. Didn't you know the guy who was killed? Not at all. I'd never seen the guy before. Oh. So she wouldn't have had a motive to kill him then, I guess. And the other man, the killer. I look at the shadowed face of the false phoenix there, and he has such a stoic expression, like a completely different face from the highlights, because of the way that they have the upward, the from above lighting going on there. This is a very faint, if you're doing model painting, this would be a very light zenithal highlight. The idea of getting usually it's with an airbrush, you put the light colors, progressively lighter colors over the top. So you can create, as you paint the colors over that primer coat, you create shadows in the colors. Because the colors over the white will be more vibrant and the colors over the black will be less vibrant. So it creates the illusion that the light is coming from where you sprayed the lighter tones. And it does that. This is relevant. It does that, but it creates these harsh lines. The other man was the killer. You saw him, right? Of course. A good waitress must be attentive to the clientele. So, you saw the killer, but you were found guilty of the crime anyway? How come? You tell me, Mr. Wright. Ha! Guess the answer to my question is my phony. Anyway, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy. So, if you saw the murderer, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. Saw what? The other man. The one who put the poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way. Mr. Armstrong, the customer, everyone. The victim was sitting alone at his table the whole time. But how is that possible? And why does he have what looks like money on the table, or perhaps checks? I don't know, but nobody, not one person, would believe me, sir. Even Phoenix Wright, my one last hope for a fair trial, failed me. What a pathetic defense. My granny could have done a better job. Look, that wasn't me, okay? And then, they found something a bit incriminating in my apron pocket. What? A small bottle of poison? That's a little bit incriminating in a poison case. Hey there, casemate. We're just getting started on Case 3 of Game 3, in which a returning character, Maggie Bird, is accused of poisoning a man at a coffee shop. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. Hello, buddy. Sherbet's on my backrest again. It is quite the pickle. Maggie is the incredibly unlucky police officer from, I think it was in the second game? Where she is accused of murdering her boyfriend. And now she's back, and apparently she thought that she went to Phoenix Wright, but instead ended up being defended by an impersonator, with the strong implication that the impersonator is the one that did the actual murdering. What? Poison? It was in your pocket. Well, I passed out when the victim collapsed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket when I was unconscious. Since the customer himself and the staff said that the other staff said they didn't see anybody with him, it feels like this is this is more than just a simple case of a poisoning, that whatever happened had some influence over the rest of the shop. Because not only did they not see another person, they didn't see her passed out unconscious and having her be reverse pocket picked. No one else saw this other guy. No, sir, that's what everyone said, but I don't see how they could have missed him. The other guy. I was the one who took the coffee to the two men. Oh? And what was your impression of them? Well, when I first saw them, I kind of thought they might be in the music industry. In music? How come? Oh, one of them had some sort of earpiece and an emo musician look about him. There was a sample CD on the table, sir. An earpiece and a sample CD, huh? Did you get a look at the CD at all? It had a band's name written on it. I think it was MC something. Must have been preparing for their debut, I guess. So it was a band CD, maybe a promo disc? Maybe it was MC Screwdriver. Get serious, Maya. Would you buy the CD of a group named that? What was the name again of that group again? MC Hacksaw? No, MC... Why do you feel terrible, Galaxy? What about the killer? What did he look like? Well, I don't really remember. Only that he was a young man, well-built like the victim, really. You are making a very bad case for yourself, ma'am. Your assertion that you were found guilty because of incompetent defense is flimsy. Oh, yeah, I need to ask you about this. Hey, this article's about my case. Can you tell me anything about the guy who was pretending to be me? Yes, sir. It was the morning after I'd been arrested. I met you in the visitor's room here. You were wearing one of your super sharp suits. Okay, well then, at least in their defense, supposedly Phoenix Wright came to see her. Yes, you, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie. Was my evil double there? I am there, Maya backwards. Here too? No, I don't remember a phony you, Maya. Oh, would have been so cool. Then you got really worked up and passionate. I'm gonna get you cleared of this crime, you said. Okay, I get the picture, but you've met me in person before. So how come you didn't realize this guy wasn't the real me? I guess, looking back now, it was a little strange. Only a little? Well, okay, so you were a bit taller than normal, and you looked a bit shady. And your voice was a bit weird. Oh, and you had this kind of funny accent, and... So the guy was nothing like me then. But he had your spiky hair and blue suit. Is that all it takes for someone to imitate me? Spiky hair and blue suit? But everyone else in the courtroom, like the judge and the observers, didn't they realize he was an imposter? Everyone had these big question marks on their faces. But it seems that no one wanted to say anything, sir. Interesting. Really got kind of a, kind of a planned hit sort of feel to it. Like, there's a great deal of collusion in getting Phoenix Wright in trouble. Now the question is, what about the poisoning part of it, too? This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Mr. Wright, do you think it's possible to get a retrial? Probably. The court ruled in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. So we should be able to get a retrial. Mr. Wright? Do you think we'll win next time, sir? My life has been a full-course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of food, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. I even landed a phony lawyer when I had the misfortune of being accused of murder. The second time. But I will survive because Maggie Bird always lives to fight another day. And one day I'll find it. Just you wait and see, sir. I'll find that one single moment of good luck. When your life is such a cavalcade of disaster, when you are so passionate about just having one moment of good luck, that is a bad time. Zin Eop. Phoenix backwards. It's really gonna pay for this. What are you staring at me like that for? But Maya's right. Whoever it is that thought it was a good idea to use my name and get an innocent girl convicted of murder had better watch out. We'll find him. Don't you worry. We'll get him for you. Thank you. I'll tell you where Trebien is then. Right, the restaurant. Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi. I wonder if her boss tried to get rid of her because of the miasma of destruction that follows her. Oh, that's very pink. That's aggressively pink. That is accosted in the street by pink. Oh, look at this place. Look, more like smell. What is with the suffocating scent of flowers in here? And again, girls like that kind of thing. Girls like that kind of thing, right? Actually, I'm not all that into it. Phoenix busting out his sexism again. No one's coming to seat us. Maybe there's no one here. Don't be silly, Maya. This is a restaurant, and it's open for business. Hello? Anyone here? I don't believe it. There really isn't anyone here. Perfect. Let's get intrusive. Oh, Maya is remarkably straightforward today. It's good to be honest. If there's no one here, we can take anything we want. Yep, there we go. Phoenix really is. The whole gimmick of how he operates the bluff until something works really calls his competence into question. Yeah, I suppose we can. Newspaper stuffed behind counter rack. Rack full of fashion magazines, and they're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime, huh, Maya? Yeah, I guess I could. I'm always in my acolyte clothes, aren't I? It'd be fun to wear normal clothes every now and then. I actually would be interested to see Maya in a different outfit. There's something stuffed behind the rack. Looks like a sports paper. And look at this. Someone scribbled a little doodle on one of the pages. MC Bomber. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. 100,000 crossed out, 500,000 crossed out, 100,000, $100,000 maybe. Wonder what MC Bomber is supposed to be. This paper, it's from December 3rd. This paper's from the day of the poisoning. What? Paper from the day of the murder. This has got to be a clue. I should see if I can find out some more about this paper. Look at all the little trinkets tucked away in here. I bet Mr. Armstrong collected all of these personally. Let's see, a bouquet of flowers, some potpourri, and look, fine bone china cups. I never knew you were so cultured. Come on, Maya, this is common knowledge. Any Joe Schmo knows this much. Look, it's one of those magical boxes that spits out money. You know, you're the only person who would ever describe a cash register in that way. They've been very slow to clean up the crime scene after the expeditious trial system that this world has. Must be the table where the murder occurred. I guess so, with all the police tape around it. And that stain must be from the poisoned coffee. Don't go licking the tablecloth, okay, Maya? Why would I lick it? I'm not a cat, you know. And why can I picture you doing just that? I don't know, that says more about you than Maya, Phoenix. Table's set nicely, just needs a customer. What do you think this flower is, Nick? Let's see. Well, it doesn't look like a tulip, and it's not a sunflower, I don't think. Even I could have told you that. Only kind of flowers I know. Dag nabbit. I'm a lawyer, not a botanist. It would have been, you know, even if we keep... I see you switch to Twitch there, Galaxy. Feel free to watch on whichever platform you like. The joke would have landed a bit better, even with Dagnabbit. You know, well, with keeping their child-friendly rating. Despite all the murder, if it had been Dagnabbit Maya, I'm a lawyer, not a botanist. Get that Star Trek reference in there. I'm sure there's a really good overlap in the Venn diagram of Star Trek and Phoenix Wright fandoms. Well, that begs the question, is there an overlap in those fandoms? Is there somewhere where people have crossover fanfic where the crew of the Enterprise is involved in a murder and defended by Phoenix Wright? Because I feel like that needs to happen now. It's a beautiful winter wonderland out there. Really? Cool, I love snow. Let me see. It's not white, it's not even snowing. Got you, I was only kidding. So clever, Phoenix. Ever so clever. Nick, there are lies that are okay to tell, and lies that definitely aren't. What I did was tell an itty-bitty white lie about non-existent white snow. It's the restaurant's front entrance. There's a sign hanging on the door written in French. Probably says open or closed. Hello again, Sherbet. Hello. Sherbet is very active today. Must be one or the other, but I don't know which since I don't know Jacques about French. Ah. All right. The detention center, then criminal affairs. Uh-oh. They now have a separate badger mascot. We're going to get to that in just a moment. Quick break, folks. And we're back, just getting situated. I still have to figure out why the timing is off on the transition there. I might just have to have some difference in it. But back we go, back we go. Yeah, Galaxy, the jump scare transition is based off of some of the characters, some of my backstory. There are some shorts related to that on my YouTube channel. really seems like it's the video that the transition runs off of seems to be abnormally slow, which is odd. Ever so subtle, wasn't it, casemate? It's been ages since we came down to the precinct, huh, Nick? I'm interested to find out what we learn, because we have the blue badger stuffy back here that the chief was pushing very hard. Now we have a pink one handcuffed to the blue one, which either implies maybe a perpetrator mascot, or they've rebranded to a different demographic target. Let's find out. Looks like Gumshoe isn't around. He's got it so easy, leaving everyone else to do the work. So little faith. No, he's out there somewhere. My bet is my bet is on the courthouse. He's probably trying to arrange the retrial of this case. Guess that means we should go to the detention center and chat with our killer, huh? After being convicted without a fair trial, I'm not sure killer is the right label. Hey, that's the police mascot, isn't it? It's so cute. That's the blue badger. It was my idea. I made it, and now it's the national symbol of the police force. Actually, yeah. In Maggie Bird's original case, we got to see that the blue badger was being used on, like, T-shirts related to the police force, as opposed to it just being something that they were trying to push, that they were trying to make a thing. So what's with the pink one? It's new, right? She's not an it, Nick. She's a she, right, Chief? Well, there you go with your more of your assumptions on the the coloration. Yep, meet the pink badger. So one's called blue and the other one's called pink, but they're both called badger. You got it. They're married. Are the handcuffs some sort of commentary, Chief? How's your relationship at home? Very good or very bad? I feel like it could be one of either one. Mr. and Miss Badger seem to be cuffed together, Chief. You got it. That's marriage. Okay. The Chief is making some commentary. Oh, a mascot that's deeper than the deepest of deep oceans. Maybe we can show the newspaper to Maggie, and she'll remember more about the people involved. Okay, we got the feathered hat. We've got some sort of mask. Is this meant to be a doodle of the Mask to Mask from the prior trial? Oh, a sports paper. Let's see. Did Guts and Brawn manage to defend his heavyweight title? Guts and Brawn. That paper is actually a month old. It's from the day of the murder. Yes, somebody did die. Very quickly. as is tradition, usually if somebody's going to die, it's in like scene 1 of the chapter. We have somebody that was poisoned, and Maggie Bird, a reoccurring defendant, was defended by a Phoenix Wright impersonator and found guilty super easily. So now we're going to try to retry the case. Though actually, I think they were just, like, they almost died. Like, they were poisoned but didn't get killed. Because it was implied that the customer didn't see anybody else either. Which is weird. Found this paper in the magazine rack at Trebienne. Really? That's strange. Trebienne doesn't get newspapers. Mr. Armstrong says he's not really fond of them. Then maybe one of the customers left it behind. How you doing today, Revy? Ready for some more Phoenix Wright? Anyway, what I want you to take a look at is this scribble here. Aha! That's it, sir. MC Bomber. That was the name that was written on the CD. Oh, just not remembering to hit any of the buttons today. Left the music on. Just as I thought. Guess it wasn't MC Screwdriver after all, huh? So that $100,000 must be a down payment for a record deal, right? If someone gave me $100,000, I'd sing for sure. The Master of Kurain, or the Spirit Song, or even Maya's theme. Okay, Maya. I wonder if those are all names of Phoenix Wright music tracks. I mean, Maya's themes seems like it would be. So if the sample CD was on the victim's table, that means this newspaper may have belonged to the victim. You're right. So the victim left this... Okay, so the victim, it is a murder. So somebody did indeed die. So there was another customer that saw things go down. I think we better step up the investigation, don't you, Nick? Okay, now can we go to Criminal Affairs? Will Gumshoe be back? Nope. Back to Trebienne, then. Give me them flags. There we go. Okay. I think we can all guess what kind of accent this guy's got. So that... and it won't be happening. So, ooh la la, bonjour. Welcome to La Trebienne. Oh, hello. What happened to Maya? She's frozen stiff. I have concerns and notes. I mean, they're living their life. Welcome to my restaurant. B Avenue. Oh no, my little flower. Me? Look at this face. Like a kitten rejected by its own mother. You're fatigued, you know? You need this. An aromatic bath oil. Let's see. La Neroli and a rose. I don't know what La Neroli is. I mean, La Rose is probably obvious. I've only heard melange in Dune terms, you know, the spice melange. My personal recommendation. You think I need what? Yes, just add a couple drops of this mixture to the bathwater, and voila. It will soothe your body and mind. It's simply fantastic. Really? And for you, sir. Oh, me? Look at that face. Like a puppy rejected by life itself. You're tired, no? For you, sir, I recommend this. Oil of bergamot. Maybe a hint of... I'll add peppermint and clary sage for an exceptional fragrance. Is he peddling essential oils? I feel that's what's happening here. Such an invigorating recipe will bring out your delicious beauty. My beauty? You'll be seated, I will bring you the special menu of the day. Actually, we're not here to eat, we're lawyers. I know this already, sir. You are a Phoenix Wright, no? Yes, you know me? Yes, I will never forget. I will never forget a man who flirts with me, especially in court. Guess he was cross-examined by our mysterious Zen Yup. Looks like everyone to do with this case already knows who I am already. What sort of impression Zen Yup has been leaving on people, don't you? Let me introduce myself to you again. I'm John Armstrong. Enchanté. Why does it have to freeze frame on this particular pose? Like... I mean, for one, he's flossing his teeth with that rose stem. So what does très bien mean? I know très means 3, right? No. Très bien is French. In English, you would say very good. Oh, very good. Exactly. The atmosphere is très bien. The cuisine is très bien. If the food's so good, why aren't there any customers in here? Kitties are very active. The cuisine is not for all. Some people, they do not appreciate hot cuisine. Not everyone liked hot cuisine. Since I've lost Maggie, I do not have enough hands. So you're running this place on your own now. I don't know what stereotype this is supposed to be leaning into more, but I feel like there's at least a general air of probably offensive floating around this guy, don't you think? Like, if you encountered somebody in this whole getup, it would be like, more power to you. Like, you're committed to your image. But when you decide to make a character in a game like this, it says as much about the writers as anything. Especially given that this is the first character going down this particular road. In Phoenix. I mean, you know, to be fair, Anders in the second game, there was a real strong implication of that, and at least Anders wasn't so much, though they did have the stereotype of the that it having to be super tragic. They have some of that vibe, Galaxy. Please don't eyeball me while you say that. I'm the chef, I'm the manager. I'm also a trained aromatherapist. Yep, see, they were pushing essential oils on us. Yeah. I'm going to say cringiest Phoenix Wright character to date, Flexi. A roaming what? Practitioner of aromatherapy. The art of soothing the soul with delicate floral aromas. Delicate? The smell coming from that bottle earlier was anything but. I mean, I suppose you could consider a bottle of scent relaxing if it has the sort of impact to the face of a baseball bat. No, I guess being unconscious in any way could be considered relaxing. So you could tell me what you know. Could you tell me what you know about the incident? Good. It makes me sad to remember it, but I remember it so well. More than a month has passed since it happened. I guess it's been about a month since Maggie's sentencing. So it was the 3rd of last month. Just after 1 in the afternoon. The man who was in here for a coffee suddenly became ill. Because of the poison in his coffee. That is the truth as I know it. It was Maggie who took his drink to him. I was in the kitchen. I heard the sound of someone collapsing. When I came out to see what it was, he was already slumped over in his chair. He was dead? Yes, he was dead. Maggie had passed out also. And this man who died, he was alone? Yes. I want to know more about the Scouter. I really do. I also want to know, is that a hat? Or is that a very particular hairstyle? I think it's supposed to be a hat, but it looks like the most aggressive bowl cut ever. He's got a real mob psycho bowl cut, doesn't he? At least that's what it looks like. Again, the color shot at the beginning said that it was probably a hat, but my way is funnier. Yeah, it's supposed to be a beanie, Revy. It was blue, a very distinctly different color than the hair underneath. No, again, to be fair, he could have just dyed the top of it. He does have a bit of the look, Casemate. He just needs the, you know, the protective body armor. All alone. I know that Maggie said there was someone else, but... I see. The police, they asked me many times, are you sure there was no one else at the table? But I'm not the only one. An old man said the same thing. Old man? What old man? I refuse. I refuse to do the French accent. If I, let alone we, are being forced to witness this, then I will not indulge their insistence that it also be a French accent. So who is this old man that you mentioned? At the time of the murder, there was another customer in there. Yeah, exactly, Revy. I could try. It's harder for me to change the full tone of my voice, but I think I did a pretty good Valley Girl for the Crane Village killing. Someone else saw it? Yes, as usual, he came alone that day. At the time of the murder, he was here. He saw it, too. But he said the same thing, that there was no one else at the victim's table. But Maggie swears there were two people. Yes, the lawyer, he could not prove this, no? About the lawyer. That was me, I suppose? Yes, sir. He's the first person who said it wasn't me. But he said yes. Now, don't kid yourself, Nick. Now who's the one making stuff up? We found this sports paper in the magazine rack here. One of my customers must have left it behind. It might have been yesterday, but Sky saw a cobweb above my screen, and it's wall-mounted and up on the wall a little bit. Saw a cobweb above it and did a flying leap up onto the wall, perched on top of the screen, realized that there was nothing to stand on top of the screen. Oh, he's making laps. Frantically clung to the top of it, knocked over a light that's up there, slid down the front of the screen a little bit, then kicked off, tilting it wildly. All in the course of maybe, like, 20 seconds tops. Like, probably more like 10. It was just... that sudden panicked moment where they're like, oh yeah, that's gotta be a surface up there. They jump up and realize there's nothing up here for me to stand on. It's always something when you see a cat caught in a position of no grace. You have any idea which customer it was? The only ideas I have, I saved for my kitchen. Not a lawyer myself. I do not wish to speak out of turn. But your defense in court that day was a little lacking, perhaps. Even a Frenchman who cannot speak any English could have done a better job. You were very cool, though. Oh yes, so handsome. I wonder just how bad the defense could have been. Every time you opened your mouth, the whole courthouse stirred. Oh man, that is something I don't want to imagine. The detention center. Okay, back to criminal affairs. We showed everything to him. Please, sir, there's no need to show me that. You are Phoenix Wright, the worst defense attorney in town. I think I can imagine how he formed this completely wrong impression of me. The last time we met, did I show you this badge? Yes, you flashed it to everyone in the restaurant. Looks like Zin. Now, is this, would we consider this like Chinese or Korean? Would it be like Shin or Zin or Jin? Because it'd be hard to get the X from Phoenix. Because then it'd be kind of like him, but not quite. Evil Phoenix is a bigger fan of flashing stuff than you are, Nick. That badge, is it real? Of course it's real. That's what they all say, but I've been duped before. Give it to me for a sec. Ah. Chomp. She bit it. She bit into it. And I left a few teeth marks, too. I can see that. I just wish I could remember if that means it's real or a fake. I said it was real. Bit my badge. Must be the chief of detectives. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Mask to Mask turned up at the bank. What's he doing? Hands up, you scalawags. You're under arrest. Hey, that's our job. I examined some of the crime scene, but I'm probably going to have to go back there and see if I missed something. It's like Ron Delight's opted for a new career. Quit surfing the net, Chief. Sorry, I was just, things feel pretty tense in here. Hey there, Tomaska. Welcome to the stream. Restaurant has partitions that separate the tables. Well, that's going to have to be critical. This is first time chat there on Twitch. Are you new to the channel, Tomaska? YouTube and or Twitch. Oh, let's see here. I think I have it in my Twitter profile. Let me pull it up. But the group behind my model is Animashit. They have a Twitter profile and they have a Fiverr account. The artist is Dandy, and then the rigger was like, oh, had a much more handily name, let's say. References. I have it in here. Processing. There. All right, 1 second. Well, now I need to. Now I need to look. This ink something. There we go. It was Dandy did the art, and then Inkjack, Inkjek, did the rigging. I'm really pleased with the result. This was very much an everything I could have hoped for scenario, Tomaska. If you're new to the channel, Tomaska, let me give you the whole spiel. I'm Newt Mechanist. I'm technically a variety streamer, but I've been very detective game focused for the past little bit. These are several of my cats. They are a big part of the stream. Top center up there is Ember, and then bottom center looks like Sky up top, and then I think that's Mason down in the little box. I can't tell for sure. The markings are the difference between Mason and Sherbet at a distance. That means there are two that aren't visible, either Mason or Sherbet, depending on which one's in there, and Sammy. We're currently playing some Phoenix Wright. And a murder mystery. Okay, I think the partitions ready are probably a critical element there. We like our pets here in the channel. It's always cute when you get a cat and a dog getting along, especially when there is a size disparity. See, the restaurant has partitions that separate the tables. When you're seated at a table, you can only see the tables to your right or left. If you're seated at the table, you might be able to see somebody entering or leaving a table to your to the right or left of your table. But those partitions don't seem to be even translucent. Those look opaque. And the partition is wider than the tables are, or at least the same width. So the edge of the table looks like it comes to the edge of the partition based on the feet of the table and partition. And the chairs are definitely behind the partition. Like, if I was sitting over here on the left, I definitely couldn't see this table. Unless I was like, pulled the chair to the edge and leaned around, I might be able to see the opposite person. table description is, your partition description is sus, Phoenix. But yeah, the whole cats and dogs don't get along thing is kind of false. Depends on if they grow up together or they live together. It's generally an okay thing. If they're outdoor animals, you can still get the dog insist on chasing the small thing running around, and that can lead it into trouble. But so far, of all the pets I've seen, I've never encountered the trouble with them when it is not an animal kept largely outdoors. Okay. Nope, no flag yet. Hello, Sherbet. Given that Sherbet is right here, I suspect that's Mason and the camera, then. Sherbet's right behind my head. See if we can spot him. No, he's a little off camera to the right. Can't believe you've got an impersonator. I can't either. Ah, but look at the bright side. Only famous stars have people impersonating them. This isn't funny, Maya. It's not just an impersonation. This guy stole my identity. And someone may have been wrongly convicted as a result. Guess you should have gone into showbiz, huh, Nick? You'll never understand how your mind works, Maya. I've shown her all the evidence. Hello, Sammy. Sammy passing through petting territory again. I'd have to say Sammy is my most solitary cat, though Ember isn't really thrilled when the others get near her. Sammy tends to isolate herself a little bit more than the others. Okay, is this another case of it appearing in a different order? This old man, another customer. On that day, they saw it. There's nobody else at the table. But the lawyer couldn't prove it. Fashion magazines in French. He doesn't get any newspapers. Wouldn't exactly suit the feel of the place. This is something that we already saw. But how'd you find the channel, Tomaska? Stunning in some of those Parisian frocks, huh? Found that sports paper behind this magazine earlier. Better try to find out everything I can about it. We presented it to him already. Found this in the behind the magazine rack. Somebody must have left it. Any idea who it was? They save their ideas for the kitchen. This was a refresh. Like, after I found the paper, they were like, oh, this is where I found the paper. I don't know what kind of flower that is. I'm a lawyer, not a botanist. Got to be a flag we're missing in the affairs department here. Detective's desk. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expected. Guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. This was the one that was writing a novel in one of the prior cases. Don't die running a red light. Die the old-fashioned way. Of old age. We have a winner. Inject a bit of humor. That's the key. We must be coming up with slogans for the safety campaign, I guess. We already checked the police chief's disturbing commentary on marriage. Notice Gumshoe was acting weirder than usual, or was it just me? What do you mean? I mean, he was really worked up, like a guy who's just found out he's going to be a dad or something. Interesting, Tomaska. He realized he's got strong feelings for you, Nick. Considering how we interact, I seriously doubt that, Maya. Well, if he wasn't nervous because of you, then maybe it's because of our new guilty client? It's our first move. Go down to the detention center. Wait, Nick, this person's behind bars because of you. Whoever it is isn't going to be jumping at the chance to meet you, right? Let's get one thing straight. It wasn't me. It was a fake me that did this. I wonder how if he looks exactly like you. You're phony, I mean. I hope not. Oof. What kind of name for an evil double is this anyway? Nick, I've got it. You're going to ask whether I've got a twin brother. The answer is no. Spoil sport. Wait. Profiles. So you met the owner, Mr. Armstrong. He's, how can I put this? Pretty unique, huh? He's a really intense aura, as a chef and as a person. Yeah, he has a pretty intense aroma, too. So did Mr. Armstrong really not see the killer? Apparently not. He's in the kitchen all the time, so I guess it's possible that he didn't. No matter what happens, I'll never let things get me down. You're always so positive, aren't you, Maggie? Macho Maggie Bird, they say. The early bird catches the worm. A bird in the hand. Wow, all those phrases are named after you? They never turned my back on anything. You're always so strong, aren't you, Maggie? Macho Maggie Bird, they say. I'm a tough old bird. Tough old bird, Nick. You get it? Yeah, I get it. Okay, so we're going to ask about Maggie. Maggie was a policewoman once, right? Yes, but she had to quit for reasons beyond her control. She was the suspect in a murder investigation, right? You know about that? That is why I gave her the perfume for happiness. Happiness perfume? Blended from bergamot, like I have given to you before. But she's been arrested again, and found guilty this time. This is true. Her natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just admit it, your perfume doesn't work. Not surprised she was the prime suspect, after something like that took place before my very eyes. Something like what? What's this guy talking about? Does this mean Maggie did have a motive? Got to ask this guy for more info. There we go. There we go. When Maggie took the coffee over to the victim, did anything happen? Yes, I suppose you could say so. So what happened? No, it was nothing. Look, Maggie says she didn't even know the guy. But she's still been indicted for murder. The prosecution must have come up with some kind of motive. It's true. If there was anything at all between Maggie and the victim, it would be relevant. It could be relevant. So please, tell us anything you know. Oh, triple lock. Oh, wait, what are we gonna do, Nick? Just have to remove... What the... What's wrong? The Magatama. It's gone. Huh? I had it in my pocket, but it's vanished into thin air. What? I could see the Cyclops. Maybe that means the Magatama's nearby. Mr. Armstrong, could I just confirm something with you again? The table where the victim was sitting. Was anyone else sitting there? That is a question you'll have to ask him yourself. Huh? Him? The old man spends all of his time... Yes, at the park? Oh, a park? What park is that? Behind the restaurant called Vitamin Square. Yeah, Tomaska, it's... I ran into some issues with the first artist that I worked with as well. I got kind of scammed. But this group did a really good job and was pretty reliable about the time frames and whatnot. It does help with... it's part of the reason that I insist on using platforms where there is sort of a structured payment system. Thank you. Oof. Let's go check out this Vitamin Square right now, Nick. Huh. I mean, I guess I get the naming. So this is Vitamin Square. See where they get the name from now. The fruits scream vitamins at you. Hey, Nick. That's the guy, right? Isn't that the old man Mr. Armstrong was talking about? And grouchy-looking grandpa? Throwing seeds out for the pigeons. He's not throwing seeds for them. He's throwing seeds at them. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Ugh. My grumpiness threat level has just been raised to red. Excuse me. Would you mind if I had a word with you? Yes. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy? We are facing off with Japanese Popeye. You don't like my seeds, huh, pigeons? Really chucking those seeds at them. Go on, eat this. Excuse me, sir, can I ask you about Maggie Bird? I don't know any Maggie Bird. Yes, you do. Maggie, the waitress at Trilogy. It's a disgrace, I tell you. Utter disgrace. A disgrace? An innocent young girl revealing herself like that. Revealing? You mean her uniform? The youth of today, they don't have any shame. No shame, I tell you, not 1 ounce. Man, that crew cut, too. Whatever happened to the old Bushido values of Japan, like honor and modesty? And caste systems. What about me? I'm not wearing anything revealing. Your problem is you lack any sense of grace. Talk about hitting a girl where it hurts. Really have to figure out why the systems keep doing that. There we go. You go to Trilogy a lot? That miserable excuse for a restaurant? That garbage they serve in there is not food. Where's the sushi, the tempura, the rice? Trilogy is a French restaurant, sir. Where do you think we are, boy, in Paris? I want real food, not those snooty snacks. What about those shameless girls? You mean the waitresses? You can see all the way up to their... Yes, the waitresses. They're practically naked. It's a disgrace, isn't it? Well, isn't it? Listen, it's not my restaurant. A miserable excuse for a restaurant, that place. Miserable. He certainly knows the place. He must be a regular. Is it supposed to be that he's sniffing after bumping his nose, or is it that his nose is jiggling? I mean, really looks like it's jiggling. Look at that. Oh, but to what you were talking about, Tomaska, definitely would recommend the studio that I worked with. They've got an artist that'll do some one-off stuff if you're looking for stuff in anime style. If you're looking for live 2D things, they've got a lot of that. I've even got some music done by them. But if he hates it so much, why does he keep going? Are you a regular at that restaurant, sir? Pause. It's just, if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Sir? There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want food? Take that. You must be hiding something, right? I should be able to see a psych lock or two. Oh, wait. I don't exactly have the Magatama right now, huh? Remember, Nick, that Magatama is only on loan. You better find it or else. If Girls ever gets wind of this, I'm going to be in a world of pain. He really doesn't want to talk to us. How did the art commission that you ended up the artist that you ended up working with get you better results that time? Here. I have a profile for him. Move to Vitamin Square and present some profiles. Right, we can examine too. Hey, look, pigeons! Yeah, and heaps of them too. Did you know that pigeons are a symbol of peace? That's a dove, not a pigeon. Doves, the pigeon's swankier cousin. Poor things. So they can't be symbols of peace and harmony just because they're gray? Is that it? You're overthinking this one just a smidge, Maya. Oh, there's a magazine here. It's a magazine full of job listings. Disgusting rogue picking up something someone else threw away. Threw away? Did you throw this away? Are you looking for a job? None of your business. Sorry, I guess I'll just take the magazine with me then. I don't want anyone else having it. Give it back. Bad, now that you want it so bad, I don't want to give it up. Hey, that's mine. Go petty theft. Doesn't care about that. Place is so fruity. It's not a bad thing. Besides, I love apples. They're my favorites. And that apple slide is perfect for you. What is so perfect about it? Come on, don't be a stick in the mud. Slide down it a few times. Go on. Go away. Get covered in sand if I slid down that slide. Anyone can see that. Oh yeah, you're right. Otherwise, I'd give it a try, too. I used to love sandboxes like you wouldn't believe. Really? You? Sure, finding iron filings in the sand with a magnet was my favorite thing to do. Iron filings? Wow. That's too exciting for words. It was my ambition to collect every single shred of iron in the sandbox. I was such a kid back then. So did you manage to get all the iron? No, I never did. I think I came close, though. Come to think of it, I still have all the iron filings that I found way back when. You want them? No. Looking at this orange reminds me. Of what? That you're supposed to eat a lot of them to ward off colds in the winter. You can't have fun during the holidays if you're sick in bed, you know. You don't have to tell me twice. Care about Maggie. Care about the... Like the Magatama's got to be laying around somewhere, you know? Hello, Sky. Sky getting right up in there, right up in the camera. Cyclops on that one. Feels like we need to get to the Magatama, but we need to find out where we lost it, if that's the case. Hello, Sky. Sky is in nuisance mode, so I've got to give him some chin scratches or else he's going to wreck the place. Alright, let's see. Where did I drop it? It's gotta be around here, then. watch every now and then when I'm clicking, you can see the cursor slide suddenly. That's this guy ramming his head into my hand. Full of magazines. Murder table. Don't make the tablecloth. Tables, partition. This is why one of my stream rules is be prepared for everything to be derailed by cats. Maximum floof. Guy's the sort of cat that really likes, it itches ear from the outside, but you really work your fingers in there to itch the inner ear at the same time. Flower do you think it is? It's not one of those two. I don't know anything about flowers. Snow out there. It's not snowing. Don't tell lies about snow. Using the opposite hand to control the mouse right now. Magic money box. Restaurant entrance. Knick-knack shelf. Visitor room guard. There's got to be something in here that we can do to find the Magatama. You looking for a job? What? No, I was just... Let me see. Your style is... It's a bit different, but you've got a good face. Different? You've passed. I will hire you. Come with me. I will teach you everything I know. Nick, help! I don't know whether to laugh or feel bad for Maya. Maybe I should do both. Bunch of little trinkets. Bet Mr. Armstrong collected them personally. Okay, we can do a separate search now. Magazines, don't like the clothes. Some of them have been circled in red. Really hope Mr. Armstrong is not thinking of buying those. You don't know, Phoenix. Maybe he, some of those dresses would be very well pulled off. Mr. Armstrong even get in there? Got in, could he get out again? Jeez. Super judgy, Phoenix. Poisoning table, whole area is still cordoned off. This must still be under investigation. Sir Armstrong must be a pretty big neat freak. He already has this table ready to go. If only the food in this place was edible. Partition 2. No. Partition wasn't any different. It's pretty cold out there in the streets. Peaceful, though. It's nice that people can take it easy after the holiday rush. Okay. Okay, we hit a flag. We hit a flag. New flags are good. Looks like they have Maggie in questioning. Guess I've asked her pretty much everything. Come back if there's anything else I need to ask her later. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back. Just getting situated. Gotta reclaim my chair from the sky. All right, back in we go. Okie dokie. Excellent, excellent. Okay. Oh, pal, have you found the evidence yet? The one that's gonna find her innocent? No, not yet. We've just started our investigation. So I effectively had to find the job magazine, show the job magazine to the proprietor. He would then kidnap Maya. Then we could return to the detention center in criminal affairs and continue along. Not quite adventure game obscure, but kind of obnoxious. Well, whatever you need to know, I'll give you the dirt on it. I'm putting off all my other cases for now, pal. She was really fired up about this. Oh yeah, one more thing. The retrial's been approved. Court's sitting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And Godot's gonna be the prosecutor. Oh, him. Now listen up, pal. If Maggie's found guilty again... Yes? I'll make sure you get locked up for good. Got it? So the guilty party was Maggie Bird, huh? Yeah. Back when she was on the police force, you were her mentor when she was a rookie, right? Yeah, I kept a close eye on her. I mean, not too close, you know. What's that? What's with the funny looks, pal? It was just her. It wasn't anything like... Look, sure, I was her boss when she was doing her training, but that was it. Nothing happened. Gumshoe sure is sweating up a storm over nothing. Ah, so that's it. Our big old Gumshoe has a little crush on Maggie. I don't like her or anything. Note to self, gossip with Maya about this later. Don't tell anyone, okay? You gotta keep it a secret. Got it? Sure. Would you mind not guessing what I'm thinking all the time? Hey, tell your face, pal, not me. You'd have to blind me. You'd have to be blind not to see what's on your mind. I wonder if that's a bit fourth wall-y, because a lot of characters seem to respond to what Phoenix is thinking, like as if he had said it. So I was wondering, could you fill me in on the victim? He's got a scouter on. Why does he have a scouter on? And see, in this picture, it's definitely a beanie. You know, you have the harder sides of the elastic portion, like the rim of it, and then you have the smoother top over the top of the head. Whereas in that picture, it was a dome. Len Elg. Huh. He's, what is it called? It's the same backwards and forwards? I can't remember. He was a computer programmer. I see. A programmer. He's just a regular Joe working for a small-time computer firm. Maggie never had any contact with the guy before that day. And all she did was take him his coffee on the day of the murder. And Maggie also claimed to have never seen the guy before. Did the victim go to the restaurant often? Not according to the chef. Said it was the first time he'd seen the guy. Programmer and a first-time customer at that. What possible reason could Maggie have had to kill a guy like that? That's what I thought, but a motive was still somehow established in her trial. You're kidding. What was her supposed motive? Sorry, pal, I'm real busy. I haven't even got enough time to sift through these papers. Look into it yourself, okay? What could this motive have been? This isn't really a proper investigation. I'm kind of working on it myself. Oh, that's right. The judge already ruled on the case, and all the evidence is in already. The only problem is with Maggie's testimony. Yeah, it doesn't sound very good for us, huh? Look, pal, I've got a mountain of papers on this case to look over before the trial, so I'm just gonna say this. Maggie Bird's no liar. She's... Okay, so she's a bit out there and a bit off base sometimes, but she was a good cop. It's not exactly complimentary, you know? So what do you think really happened? And just how contradictory is her testimony? The biggest problem with Maggie's testimony is the number of people at the table. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Maggie still insists there was another guy sitting with the victim. Right, but get this. Everyone else in the place says the guy was alone, even the chef. And then there's that CD. CD? Oh, yeah, she did mention something about a CD. There's a sample CD on the table, sir. But our guys turned that place upside down and there was no CD. What? Not even the table, not anywhere in the whole restaurant, pal. Guy's getting more chin scratches here and just loving it. Didn't Maggie say the victim was wearing an earpiece, too? Yeah, but that was for the portable radio in the front pocket of his hoodie. Why did he need an AR monocle for that? A radio? He didn't have a CD player? He got it. Our phony never explained that contradiction at all. Come to think of it, the owner of Trebien didn't mention that CD either. I don't know why, but I get the feeling Mr. Armstrong's got something to hide. What's that? A sports paper? Yeah, I found it in the magazine rack at Trebien. It's dated the same day as the murder. You may be onto something here. Take a look at this. See this writing here? MC Bomber. Hey. What is it? I've heard that name somewhere before. Yeah, MC Bomber. Actually seems to be thinking for once. It's no good, I can't remember. And he goes back to being the gumshoe we all know and love. Hey pal, I'm gonna borrow this paper for a bit, okay? I want to get a handwriting analysis done on this scribble. Handwriting, huh? It'd be good to know more about that in any case. Thanks, pal. I bet this will turn out to be an interesting clue. Sports paper given to Detective Gumshoe. Chef of Trebien, huh? You know what that chef said to me? Ooh la la, your body is full of toxins. Definitely an essential oil peddler. He gave me this bottle. What's in it? I don't know. The label says juniper. I'm under orders to put a few drops of it in my bath every day. Under orders? Yeah, you know, there's something about that lady. I mean, guy. Huh? You can't stop thinking about him? Not like that, pal. Give me a break. He's not my type. And I can't stop thinking that he's involved with this case somehow. Not sure what to think of Gumshoe's slip there. Sounds like he knows a little something more about our charming chef. What do you make of this? He doesn't make anything of the victim. Doesn't care. Back to when I was young, I wonder what I found so great about playing in a sandbox. Maybe I'll come back here in the middle of the night one of these days to relive it. On second thought, being arrested by Gumshoe would be too embarrassing to bear. Pigeons are so busy pecking at the seeds, they don't notice anything else. Seeing those birds eat with such intense focus reminds me of Maya when she's scarfing down a burger. I don't see many parks like this anymore. What a great place for kids to play. That old man's the only one here, chucking his seeds at the pigeons. That's where I found the magazine. I like me carrying around a magazine like that kind of gives the wrong impression. So I better give it back to that old man once the investigation's over. Care about it right now. Oh, we got a flag at the law office. Poor Maya. Looks like Mr. Armstrong's really taken a shine to her. Suppose I'll just have to let her work at the restaurant for a while. I'll go pick her up from Trabian once things have cooled off. It's my desk. I don't get to use it much, so it's still super neat and tidy from when Pearls cleaned it. Charlie, a quite decorative plant. He's sort of a keepsake, something to remember Mia by. Sure, the office is a mess, but I never forget to water this little fella. Old movie poster. Apparently, this was the first movie that made Mia cry when she saw it, a long time ago. Mia watched it recently and said she cried all night, too. Which I guess is why it's back up on the wall. I'll have to check it out one of these days. I think it was a Steel Samurai poster once. Just jumping around at this point. Not the first time we've gotten what amounts to stock. Oh, there's the visitor's room. There's nothing for him to do right now, so he's catching some vertical Z's. Smile, you're on candid camera. Reference that's old even for me. Magatama's got to be around here somewhere. But maybe there's another flag that we've got to raise first. I mean, would they really be different, Taz? Also, hello, Taz. Like, wouldn't vertical be the normal position? Be the normal position for letters, or are we talking like even like vertically aligned? They would still be left to right read. Doesn't care. Throw seeds at us. How's your day been going, Tass? Magazine. I wasn't at the trial myself, but I asked this one detective I know how your defense was. And what did he say? He started off by saying, I'm at a complete loss for words. And he must have found some quick, because he went on about how bad you were for an hour. But he said you sucked so much it seemed like you were trying to get Maggie found guilty. Like I was trying to get Maggie found guilty? Okay, well, that's relevant. That's relevant. Ah, okay. We had another speech option. So what exactly is it that caught your attention about the chef at Trilogy? Kind of hard to say. The guy's probably not even connected with the case anyway. Come on, detective. Didn't you say you'd give me the dirt on anything? Well, this sort of stuff is kinda unimportant, gossipy stuff, you know, pal? Look, how about this? You go to Trilogy and investigate the place yourself. And if you find out anything suspicious about the guy, you report back to me, okay? I don't suppose I get a choice in this, huh? Guess I better find out more about the chef in Trilogy, then report back to Gumshoe. Okay, now let's try to go back to Trilogy and see if there's another flag. There is. The scent of flowers sure is strong. It's almost making me dizzy. Oh, hello. You are at severe odds with the rest of the decor, ma'am. Perhaps that's how she got the head wound. Stepping in here created so much of a jarring disparity in her appearance that it caused actual physical injury. Was that just now? A customer? She had sort of a dark aura around her. Welcome, B Avenue. What a cute voice. Now, speaking of Maya in a different costume. Oh, it's just you, Nick. Maya. Well, how do I look? Maybe you should quit being a spirit medium. Maybe, but it's kind of boring being a waitress. I mean, you're my first ever customer. And who is that woman I just saw? Oh, since you're here, you might as well have something to eat. I'm kind of hungry, actually. So, how do you like your new job, Maya? I never knew there was so much for a waitress to do. Take people's orders, bring them their food, make coffee, work the cash register. Of course, we need a customer before I can do any of that. Yeah, it's a nice-looking restaurant. It's a shame more people don't come here. Don't forget about the ultra-cute waitress. Check out my gimme-a-tip smile. Hey Nick, why don't you order something? The chef's preparing a tasty lunch set at the moment, or so he says. How much is it? It's the twin tea set, so it's $20. The twin tea set? I believe I'll be taking a pass on that. It's kind of expensive. What? But you can't. Come on, Nick. It's not every day I get to be a waitress. I want to try carrying plates and working the cash register. How about cleaning the toilets? That should keep you busy. Yeah, right. Maybe later. About the lunch. Oh, a fine choice, sir. No, Kitchen, lunch special. All the extras, drink, side salad, dessert, and gift. I don't need any of that. Just a moment, please, sir. Maya's really getting into this. So how much is this set lunch, then? $20, huh? With the drink, side salad, and dessert, it's $45. Hey, wait a second. Maya. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Here you are, a deluxe fortified lunch set. Fancy. A dish inspired by lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. I think it's as much less of a misunderstanding and more Maya railroading Nick so that she can play waitress. Thanks? Come on, Nick, hurry up and try it already. Lobster, huh? Alright, down the hatch it goes. Erp. Well? Are you hungry, Maya? I'm starving. Here, it's yours. Really? Erp. Remember, Maya, my wallet doesn't print money, so you'd better polish off that plate. I just remembered, I've got to clean the toilets. Oh, wow. It's that good, huh? Kitty check. Oh, hey, Sammy's here. Sammy's trying to act as our missing Magatama here. You can't be in that much of a hurry to clean the toilets. Cost $20 despite how unbelievably bad it tastes. I mean... Well, that is fair. We go back a little bit, and the sit-down restaurant would have cost less, but $20 for what they described the food, like how they described the food, not really terrible. Apparently, terrible for the cost, or at least the cost given the quality of the preparation. But just by the raw description of stuff, you'd expect to pay through the nose for it. How does that guy manage to make good food taste so bad? Hey Nick, you want to take a peek at the kitchen? Kitchen, huh? Not a bad idea. Now, what was it that Maggie said again? In the kitchen, you'll get to see all of the chef's greatest secrets. In the kitchen? That sounds tasty. Wait up, Maya. What is it? I'm pretty busy right now. Aren't you going to show me around? It was my plan to find some cool clue and show it off in your face. Better conduct the search in the kitchen myself. We have unlocked a new location. Oh, there's the Magatama. Famous Trabian kitchen. My first time in here, too, actually. Look at that giant pack of, And this is Waitress Maya, casemate. can't just buy the outfit separately. You have to buy a whole new Maya. So she does come with, you know, giant plate in Kung Fu grip. First time in here too, actually. There's a weird atmosphere in here, that's for sure. Mr. Armstrong will be back soon, so we better search quickly. Chop chop. I know I'm in a French restaurant. I've never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey Nick, this container has oyster sauce? What's that? Isn't that used in Chinese food? Look, right there on the counter. The Magatama. What's it doing there? What indeed? It's the same seasoning call out now. And look at these knives. They look really sharp. I'd like to see how one of these slices through a cheesecake. A cheesecake? You don't exactly need a sharp knife for one of those, Nick. What are these lace curtains for? I don't know, but they give the place a real homey feel, don't they? Lace curtains. You know, if I was a cooking pot, I'd be perfectly happy to sit on a shelf under those. How do you respond to something like that? That smells good. Something's bubbling away nicely in that pot. Must be the lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic vinaigrette. Isn't that what I just ate for lunch? Maybe. What you ate is the only French dish I know the name of. Now this is one large mirror. I bet this is where he makes himself look pretty. There's a book on the dresser. Clarice Armstrong's Bedtime Literature. Not exactly Pulitzer Prize material, is it? Looks like a collection of poems he's written. Poems? Cool, read one out. And say it in your best French accent, with intensity, okay? Here's one. It's called Printemps. Two of them like actors from a film. The coffee's still undrunk, I'm not doing his French accent for those that are just arriving. If it were not that character, I might be willing to try the French accent. But, for that character, nope. Sweet nothing's over too soon on that sad Sunday morning. The foolish cocktail so delicious. Take the last sip of your tea and know what I will do. I must lie to you, I must. Huh? That's it? Yep, that's a poem for you. What's this? Looks like a treasure chest or something. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're the aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing on the floor. He's bought into an MLM and he's in too deep. 100, they're all the same, too. Hey, wait a minute. What is it? There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label, either. And it doesn't smell. So what's that liquid inside, then, I wonder? Hey, Nick, we should borrow this. I mean, look how many bottles he's got. He won't miss one, will he? Contents unknown. Now we're going to talk to Gumshoe about the food. Hey, you're just in time. What is it? Lab got back to me about that newspaper you gave me. Must mean the sports paper with the memo scribbled in it. So, what did they say? Did the analysis turn up anything? It said the doodle was written by the victim, Glenn Elg. No doubt about it. Expected as much. The victim took the paper with him to the restaurant on the day of the murder. That's our best interpretation of the facts at the moment. MC Bomber. I get the feeling I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh well, I guess it'll come back to me. Don't forget to report back to me with whatever you find in the restaurant. When did I just start taking orders from Gumshoe? Although, I get the feeling there's something I need to show him. Horrific food. Doesn't care. Got one of those aroma bottles too, huh? Only this one doesn't smell. Huh? I don't get you. This was mixed in with all the other aromatherapy bottles, but it's not the same. Doesn't even look the same, wouldn't you agree? A cologne bottle that doesn't smell, huh? Smells like a skunk to me, pal. And let me borrow that bottle for a while? I'm gonna send it to the lab for analysis. The victim was poisoned, so the contents of this bottle are pretty important. I had a hunch that there was something funny about that, Chef. You suspect Gene Armstrong? I've got that guy's number. I know what his secret is. Must be the same secret Gumshoe was talking about before. Guess I better fill you in on the details. About this Armstrong guy's secret, I mean. So what's Mr. Armstrong's secret? You ever had a lunch at Très Bien, pal? Yes. So how was it? To put it nicely, it was inedible. Hey, don't worry about being nice around me, pal. You and I both know the reason that place is so empty is because of the food. I mean, the place is clean, and he's got a girl like Maggie as a waitress, so... Yeah, I guess it's probably the food. The real scoop on the guy is that he's up to his ears in debt. Really? How much does he owe? This is a copy of his loan contract. He's about $500,000 in the red. Oh, 500,000 is one of the numbers that was written on the paper. $500,000? Are we talking dollars? Yeah. Hey, if it was sterling, he'd really be in trouble. I think British pounds reference, pound sterling. Sorry, that figure just took me by surprise. And this case is full of surprises. I'd be willing to bet that chef's got something to do with most of them. That's my hunch. I really wonder, is it that he piled himself into debt in essentially a essential oils pyramid scheme? Or is that, a failed attempt to dig himself back out? But that $500,000 number does connect him to that sports paper. The owner of the loan is tender lender. For $500,000, pal, that's $500,000 bills. What's the in there for? Is there really that much money tied up in this case? Can't give you an answer on that, pal, not without the case file in front of me. But I'll tell you this. That Armstrong guy would have done anything for cash. He was desperate, No, I don't, but I think I sort of get the picture. The care. Might be more that we have to, ping Gumshoe about. Oh, someone new has arrived with a really damaged moped. Like, just mangled. And I still have some unanswered questions for him. Scooter, huh? Leave it right in front of the right in the middle of the park like this. The wheel guard and the light are busted. Because it must have been in an accident. It's totally wrecked. The scream that goes on for quite a while, apparently. Oh, wow. That's a, I mean, the suit matches, I guess. What use do... what you think you's doing with a bike? No, I was just... You've been messing with my new ride? Is that what you've been doing? So, I think when they translated this guy, they tried to shift towards kind of mafioso. New ride? Isn't that an older model? He's gonna pay for this. But I'm getting less of that and more, you know, orc. A very orange orc. You know, I wouldn't want to burn the models for it, but Jersey Shore orcs would be kind of amusing, don't you think? Sculpt on some tank tops. Give him some gelled up hair. Orange instead of green. News to one that covered my saddle in crap, huh? He's gonna pay, you catch my drift. Oh, wait a second, I'm not a pigeon, so I couldn't have done it. Wise guy, eh? I ought to beat you so hard, it'll feel like you was smooching the express train. Uh-oh. You better watch your back. This ain't over. Gonna round up a group of lawyers and Tiny's gonna pay. Actually, I'm a lawyer myself. Oh! I wonder if this is Doppel Phoenix. He's got the same hair. Oh, and he's got the right accent, too. That's right. He's taller, he has this kind of accent, he has the same hair, though. He also has the harsher features of the shadow form that Maggie was showing in her flashback. What do you say? I'm Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Phoenix Wright? You saying you, Phoenix Wright? He is very orange, isn't he, Revy? It's a sort of spray tan you can only achieve with a tub. So you're a wise guy too, huh? Because I'm Phoenix Wright. The one and only. What? Out of my way, I gotta cruise. He's gone. Surely that guy wasn't my phony, was he? Wasn't anything like me. So better make a note of the scooter. Ridden by my phony, the wheel guard is all smashed up. Ah, pathetic. Oh, it's you. You threats from a little brat like that? And you look like a pigeon that's got seeds in its eyes. The really red blush and nose is often a they're drunk indicator with some characters. To my understanding, that is often a indication of alcohol consumption amongst people that have a slower metabolism for alcohol. Like, that is a symptom you can get from it. So in some folks, it would take more consumption before you could reach that point. But some complexions and, slower metabolisms for it can get that sort of look. But it's hard to tell if that's what it's supposed to be or if he's just got, like, an irritated nose. You been here the whole time, then? I was in that strawberry. I had some thinking to do. Jiggle, jiggle. Jiggle, jiggle. So strange looking, isn't it? Such a jiggly nose. Like you had some cowering to do. Are you a regular at that restaurant, sir? It's just that if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Sir? Are you filthy pigeons? You want food? Take that. We have the Magatama again, so we're able to interrogate him. This old guy's got something to hide, but what could it be? Let's bean him with the Magatama. Smack. 2, 3. You told me the truth. Why are you a regular at a restaurant you dislike so much? Isn't it obvious? People only have one reason to go to restaurants: to eat. To eat? Is that the whole truth? What do you mean? I don't think you go to that restaurant for the food at all. You insolent brat, how dare you accuse me? What proof have you got? I can tell that not you nor anyone else in the world would go to that place for the food. The proof is in the pudding, or in this case, the lunch menu. That's the twin tea set. The food at Trebian is terrible and expensive. You're wrong. It's cheap. Huh? I'm rich. I inherited money when I was a boy. Yeah, I'm stinking rich. I haven't done a jot of work since I was born, other than feeding the pigeons. What a load of crock. The taste's another story, but the price, it's nothing to me. So you're saying that you go there because you've got money to burn. Exactly. I have so much cash I go for a swim in my money vault every day. Ah, DuckTales reference. Or at least the newest incarnation of Mask to Mask, Revy. The one with a big clown nose on the mask. Fortunately, that's a lie. You don't have money to burn. You're flat broke. Your job listings magazine. This is yours, right? My magazine. Why would a rich retiree be looking for a job? So So what? I was looking for a job. I'm buying a lot at the moment. I need spending money. Oh? I don't go to that restaurant for food. I go there for the Javachino. Yeah, I think you mean cappuccino. Anyway, how much does a cappuccino cost there? $8. Those had better be some golden beans. Once again, the numbers that they show seem to be, old. Which isn't surprising. I mean, it's not a fresh game or anything. Like a poor man would be better off drinking dishwater, do you? Is that it? Oh, no, I wasn't thinking of that. I was wondering if the coffee there is really that great. No, it's not. But anyway, yes, that place has free newspapers to read every day. Newspapers? Exactly. They don't want me hanging around at home. So I go there. Sorry, sir, but there are no free papers at Très Bien. Only French fashion magazines. This was brought in by a guest. Take a look at this. What is it? It's a newspaper I found behind the magazine rack at Très Bien. So, what of it? This was the only paper there, and it's dated more than 1 month ago. What? You see what I'm getting at? That restaurant doesn't get newspapers. This is just one that a customer happened to leave behind. Ah. Japanese Popeye, so startled. Tell me, why are you so determined to hide the truth? I'm not hiding anything. I'm going to have to put this guy out of his misery. Listen, the real reason why you go so much to Très Bien is... Maggie. You asking me about that girl for? She was the waitress at Très Bien. Ah. Therefore, the answer to the mystery of why an old man would drink expensive coffee at a terrible restaurant is the waitress. But I don't recognize that face. And you are probably telling the truth here. Because you weren't looking at the girl's face. Oh. But at her outfit. Yes. Outfit. Air quotes. That's what, yeah. Was taking in the detailed stitch work. Oh, that's the truth, isn't it? Became a regular at the restaurant because of the waitress's uniform. That uniform is all you can think about, isn't it? This is another, I wonder if this is that way in the original translation, in the original script. I can't take it. To you, that waitress was your... Enough, please, no more. Stop saying that word. Stop saying waitress. Now see... They also have the, would that really be seeds? I don't think I've ever seen, like, that sort of thing portrayed as seeds. I've always seen... One of the things that I've seen presented in those little wood boxes in a, you know, a Japanese setting is those little natto beans. Natto? Kind of half-fermented beans or something like that. Sir? But it makes sense if he's, like, throwing it to pigeons, but... And it's not gloppy, so maybe I'm just overthinking it. True, I was there for the young girl. Fine, so I'm a dirty, wicked, sinful old devil. No, I didn't mean it like that. I can get one of those lousy cups of Javachino every time. For $8. All because of the serving girl. Punish me, lock me up. Really, that's not what I'm here for. You'll be the same. Another 20 years and you'll understand what it's like. You'll know how painful it is to be an old man like me. No, really, listen, sir. Stop calling me that. I'm a name, you know, boy. So show some respect. I'm Victor Kudo. I don't see a pun in that name. Sorry, Mr. Kudo. You young ones think you know it all, don't you? Well, I'm not saying another word. I won't tell you anything more. I was in the restaurant at the time of the incident, which means I have to hear his testimony one way or another. I don't believe this. I even broke his sight locks and everything. Guess I'll have to try to get him when he's in a better mood. Move around and see if we can trigger another flag. Know anything about the bike? Looks like one of those grouchy old man types. Yeah. Okay, though. I don't mind guys like that. But if he's involved in the case somehow, that's a different story. Sure. Here's a tip for you, pal. If you want to get information out of a guy like that, you're going to have to find his weakness and try to get under his skin. His weakness? I wonder what that might be. Law office just in case. Nope. Oh, it's that old man. Is he still feeding the pigeons? Maybe we can get Maya to come out there and talk to him. Because he's totally into the uniform that she's wearing, you know? And he fed me as well. I've got a bunch of those seeds in my eyes. Oh, wow. Maya, would you mind coming with me for a while? Huh? Me? Why? There's something I really want to ask that old man. Sure, okay. I'll just get changed. No, hang on. Can you go like that? I guess. Yeah. Sir. You again. Well. I see. Nick, his eyes are burning into me. It's okay. I think it's going pretty well. Just stand there and be ogled, Maya. This is the plan. Huh? You're still just a little child. Run along and play on the slide, all right? Play on the slide? We were so close. It's a little more and he would have spilled. How can we crack this guy? Excuse me, please, sir. Quiet, can't you see I'm feeding the pigeon? Mia possesses Maya. And metamorphoses her outfit, too. See, he just needed a model to wear the uniform better. Because that's what he's interested in, is really seeing the uniform worn well. You know, somebody who it fits properly. Otherwise, the uniform won't look right. It'll be too loose in places. Mia. Well. If you don't mind, sir, I'd really love to talk with you. Yes. Yes, yes. Of course, certainly. I'm Victor. Victor Kudo. Now it looks like one of those, the sort of monkey that you see at hot springs. Or perhaps a howler monkey. No, even from beyond the grave. About the incident. I mean, the man who died after drinking the Javachino? Like he's a different person. It was quite a shock, even for me. He was a strange-looking boy. The girl took the Javachino over to him, you see. And was the customer alone? Definitely. He's the only person at the table. He took one sip of his Javachino, and I bet that's what happened. He was sitting at the table at the back wall, positioned such that he could watch the waitress go to any of the tables. So he could see around the partition to see the person across from him, but not the person who would have had their back to the partition. And he said something like, and then collapsed, dead. Oh, how terrifying. You're so good at listening, aren't you? I'll tell you anything, whatever you want to know. Giggle. He certainly seems to be telling the truth now. But it looks like Mr. Kudo didn't see the other man either. You like the food at Trebien? Well, of course. I'm really quite a sophisticated man. I was a young businessman once, you know. Set up a casino in London. Really? How interesting. Eating the food at that restaurant really takes me back to my days in France. What a lovely story. London's in England, not France. Oh, yes, France is wonderful. I'd love to show you around the city sometime. It's too much. I can't take it. I want France. Yeah. She is, maximum manipulation right now. Like, she's turned the dial all the way up to 11, you know? Can't believe Maya's laughing at the guy, or Mia's laughing at the guy. You visit Trebien a lot, don't you? Of course, I mean, yes. in great excess, casemate. She's deploying it like a like a riot fire hose, you know? Of course, I mean, yes. I'd like to come and see you there. Really? Oh, you flatter me so. The owner would be delighted to welcome you, I'm sure. Be careful of that chef, my dear. The chef? You mean Mr. Armstrong? That's right, the man's an ex-con. He's an ex-con? Whatever did Mr. Armstrong do? The way that they're writing her lines, you expect that she's putting on a little bit of extra, a little bit of extra airhead in there. Whatever did he do? No, those eyes, I can't take this. He's really got this guy eating out of her hand. He steals things from his customers. Well, he did steal the Magatama. From his customers. Gloves, handkerchiefs, little things mainly. He's a pilferer. So you be careful around him, my dear. Are you sure about this? Of course. He was arrested for it once. I was there when it happened, having my Javicino. He really is a regular. Let me write you a little haiku about it. A haiku? Japanese poem. It'll explain all you need to know about that chef. Convicted before, a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. If he takes anything again, you let me know. Remember, but it's something like an actual traditional haiku has, like, references to nature in it. You couldn't do enough for Mia. Okay, Phoenix. That's about as much as I can do to help. Thanks, Mia. That's some really important information, thanks to you. Can't believe Maya called me for something like this. Well, I mean, it's an indication that Maya's getting better at her channeling. Yeah, anytime Mia shows up, it can get kind of strange in that regard, can't it? Like every time she possesses pearls. What you doing, Sky? What you doing? Sky is crying, so now Sherbet's crying. Sky must get any amount of attention that he wants, or else there'll be trouble. Guess it's about time to wrap up today's investigation. Had enough of being a waitress? Yeah, plus no one came to the restaurant. Maya, no. How can you leave me like this? I'm sorry. That reminds me. Mr. Armstrong had a psych lock or 3, didn't he? Gonna have to break those. Mr. Armstrong. Hope you won't mind, but I'd like to have another word with you. Of course. Oof. Brain him with the Magatama. Let's get on with this. What's happening? I do not like this horrible feeling. I have to know the truth. What happened that day? We'll confess everything. Just don't hurt me. Huh? Well, that was a new world record. It was a lottery ticket. A lottery ticket? The man who died here had a lottery ticket. Oh, are those supposed to be little... Okay, they're scratchers. I see. For $500,000. $500,000? Yes, but after the incident, the ticket... it disappeared. The ticket disappeared. This was the motive that the prosecution gave for Maggie. They said she poisoned the man to get the $500,000 lottery ticket. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? I've been trying hard to hide this information about the lottery ticket from me. I want to know the reason why. You doubt me? But I've confessed to you everything I know. Mr. Armstrong, the $500,000 lottery ticket. I know who took it. I think the winning lottery ticket was stolen by you. Mr. Armstrong, I believe there is a very high probability that it was you. Yeah, that's one piercing scream, even for a man like him. Stop that, Phoenix. Why, you have no evidence. I'm not masked to mask. I'm not the kind of person who steals the property of others. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Armstrong, but I have evidence to the contrary. What is this? A poem? You know me so well. I adore poems. Please read it and put some feeling into it. Convicted before, a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. Yeah, again. Stop it. This is way substantially more distasteful than the Chihiro incident. Sorry to have to bring it up, Mr. Armstrong. You have been arrested for stealing from your customers before, haven't you? You're a liar. You deny it? Do not make false accusations, please. So do you have any proof? To see the incontestable proof that I have ever stolen from one of my customers. Don't know that we have that proof. That. A moped. Nothing new. Oh, the Magatama is proof. Here we go again. Stole the ticket. Proof that you've stolen before. Proof that you stole from us. Seems old habits die hard, Mr. Armstrong. What is that? It's my Magatama that I just brained you with. You should recognize it. I found it in your kitchen. I have a weakness for little trinkets and figurines. It just slips out. I can't stop it. You've stolen handkerchiefs, gloves, and other things from your customers, right? It's the truth. It's the timid little girl inside, sir. A timid little girl. Besides, this time it was not the small trinket, yes? It was $500,000. How would I steal it? I have no needs for such money. Really now? What is it? Isn't it true that you're in some pretty serious trouble? The restaurant is deep in the red, isn't it? You have a loan to the tune of $500,000. That lottery ticket would have wiped out your debts. Well, Mr. Armstrong, what do you have to say for yourself now? Mr. Armstrong, you said that the victim had a winning lottery ticket for $500,000. How did you know he had something like that in the first place? The man, he was listening to a radio with his earpiece. Maggie said something about that, too. The winning number was announced on the news, I think. All of a sudden, he exploded. Yes, $500,000. And the ticket? Yes, he had all his tickets spread out on the table. I was so desperately in need of money, so I put the poison in his coffee. No. You naughty man. I simply helped myself to one of his tickets. What? The victim collapsed and Maggie passed out. I thought to myself, he had so many of them. Yeah, but only one of them was the winning ticket, right? How could you do that, Mr. Armstrong? Maggie was arrested because of you. No, it's not true. I did not take it. The ticket for $500,000, I mean. You just told us you did. You said you took a ticket. Yeah, it was not. That's enough. Huh? Mr. Godot. What the heck are you doing here? Ugh. This is without a doubt the worst coffee I've ever tasted, Mr. Armstrong. You came in here for coffee? Does his craving for coffee know no bounds? Well, 10 coffees in the first trial, 17 coffees in the second trial. I feel like he's probably got an IV drip under that vest somewhere. Maybe that's what's behind the mask, is it's just some sort of, like, coffee eyeball hydration system. So he can get it, like, right into his brain. Just soak it in through the eyes. Perhaps Mr. Armstrong stole one of the victim's tickets on the day in question. It's a pretty little girl who everyone is laughing at. In that case, Maggie shouldn't be the only one under suspicion. He had the wrong ticket. Huh? Mr. Armstrong made off with the winning ticket's pretty neighbor. So the ticket he took was worthless? Not quite. He did win something. $1. You see? I'm just a pretty face. Without my looks, I have nothing. So, what happened to the winning ticket then? The one he meant to steal? Indeed, what did happen to it? I don't like spoiling myself by watching trailers, so we'll just have to wait and see how the movie turns out tomorrow, won't we? Godot is such a strange creature. You too. Time to laugh at the pretty little air. Like I won't be needing this note anymore. Victor's note thrown in the trash. Looks like we've got a new mystery now. Namely, where did the winning ticket go? Got a bad feeling about this. Well, anyway. Can't let Maggie suffer any longer for this, and certainly not again. Cursor got too low. Heading into day 1 of the trial. Save. Oh, wow. They're running all over. I'd lock on to where they're playing if they weren't playing across like 3 or 4 cameras worth of territory. Actually. Emperor is still kind of, I mean, technically pretty much between the top center and the top left cameras right now. Here she comes. I see. I guess I should have expected this. Nobody saw the other guy, huh? He was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honor. Maggie. Detective Gumshoe. Are you doing all right? How are you feeling? I like how they both communicate largely by shouting in these sort of situations. As if you needed to ask either question, sir. Don't let him get you down, Maggie. And don't forget to eat well, okay? Roger. And you. Yes? You better square this case away, got it, pal? Maggie's innocent, you hear? You screw up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. Gumshoe deploying the police brutality as a motivational factor. Squaring away some paperwork for your arrest. I think he's serious. Hey, detective. You're on our side for once, right? Yup. So you'll be able to help Maggie out, right? Really? Can you, sir? Of course. I've got the situation under control. I'm gonna be the first witness on the stand today. If something I say doesn't mesh with the facts, make sure you point it out, alright? Sure. Okay, we're forming a united front today, pal. You get me? Can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. I've always admired you so much, Detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like it should all go pretty smoothly today, huh, Phoenix? I can only wish. Oh man, it won't be like any of the other trials. It's going to be smooth sailing. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You do have to imagine there's some intern that does frantically run up to the prosecutor's desk every time he holds out his hand like that, booking it over with a fresh coffee. Bitter. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? What's wrong? Nothing, it's just, whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was, "You's talking to me." It was a little, well, intimidating. That wasn't me, that was the phony Phoenix. I see, so our trusty Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he? Our trusty. So, Mr. Godot, your opening statement, please. Mr. Trite, whether you're a fake or the real deal, we'll find out soon enough through the trial today. But I can already tell you, I'm the real Phoenix Wright. I wasn't questioning whether you're a Phoenix Wright or not. I'm questioning whether you've studied law or not. That's what I intend to find out. No denying it. Behind that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another. I'm curious to see what reason that will actually be. As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimony during this retrial. Hey there, Lunar. Good to see you again. How's it going? Nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial. Planning on repeating anything that phony me said, trust me. Yeah, that's kind of true, Lunar. I also believe the judge hardly knows where he is sometimes. Now then, Mr. Godot, please summon your first witness. Sad Gumshoe. Start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation. Witness, state your name for the court. Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. The name's Police Department Detective. Occupation, Dick Gumshoe. Yep. Other way around, detective. Huh? Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of this case since yesterday, sir. Since yesterday? Yeah, the guy who was on the initial investigation's tied up with another case now. Well, Gumshoe's really got everything under control, for everyone's sake. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you outline for the court the basic facts of the case? Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glenn Elg. He was a professional programmer. Part-time Saiyan. Or minion of Frieza, as it were. He was on the payroll of Blue Screens Incorporated, a local company. This is the victim's autopsy report. The court accepts this into evidence. Died of potassium cyanide poisoning. Time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m. I don't know. We got to see today that though Mia can be sweet, she is anything but innocent. Oh, and here are the floor plans of the restaurant. When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. The poisoned coffee was brought over to him by the waitress. The waitress being the accused. She definitely had that vibe, casemate. I mean, I don't even think she would have had to, directly murder him. She could probably have raised his blood pressure so much that his heart would have burst. The victim died from poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of the coffee. That is impressive stuff. Though I'm not familiar with potassium cyanide, the indication that they've got is that it's almost immediately lethal. At the time of the incident, there were 2 other people in the restaurant. Mr. Gene Armstrong, the owner and chef, and a regular by the name of Mr. Victor Kudo. Seems to be a very straightforward case to me. Drink. Detective, take up this hammer and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own 2 hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony. Yes, sir. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elg, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And, it looks like Miss Bird might have had, well, some kind of a motive. Using the dark, aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady. Facts in this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I would like you to begin your cross-examination. But, yes, please no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood? I already told you that wasn't me. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elg, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. Yep. Potassium cyanide. Okay, let's... Potassium cyanide. I've heard of that chemical before. Exactly how strong is this poison, Detective Gumshoe? It's, well, that stuff's lethal. Eat too much and your history. How much is too much? A lethal dose is 0.2 grams. That's about enough to finish anyone off. 0.2 grams? How much is that? You know when you swab your ears for earwax? Yeah, about that much. Earwax, huh? Sounds like something Gumshoe's got an abundance of. Such a small quantity of poison could have been concealed anywhere. Number's flipping out today. Some kind of a motive? Yeah, but if you ask me, it's been blown way out of proportion. Quiet, you. You know what my golden rule is, Detective? Check out a bad cup of coffee. You can always get another. Huh? I don't get it. I'm saying we can always get another witness on the stand if I have to chuck you out. So stick to the facts, Detective. Now then, what was Miss Beard's motive? Bird. Come on, Gumshoe. They said she wanted to steal a lottery ticket. I knew it. It's what we heard yesterday, too. It disappeared from the scene of the crime. It wasn't just any lottery ticket. It was a winning ticket for $500,000. Mr. Armstrong knew about the ticket, too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one. Then is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? What should I do? Almost universally, press harder. Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared in no way implicates my client. Ah. I have here in my hand the very ticket in question. That's the $500,000 lottery ticket? One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant. Quite a lucky bird, our little waitress. We'll submit that ticket as evidence to the court immediately. Better keep an eye on that ticket, the way the judge's voice is quivering. It was presented to the court in the previous trial, too. But it feels heavier somehow. $500,000, you say? Just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor. That's on Maggie's person, unfortunately. Really think there are any contradictions in the testimony? To be honest, I don't know, but Gumshoe told us out in the lobby he said we'd be forming a united front, right? How will we win the case if he doesn't throw us a line? I don't have a whole lot of options right now. Best I can do is gather the facts. Can I stop you for just a minute? Huh? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence? He's so desperate for that to be true, he's practically crying. Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Miss Bird. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table. Yeah, that's what she said, and What killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction? Hey. Sadly, her testimony isn't supported by the owner or the other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, it's true. Their two testimonies tie up on that. They both said there was no other guy at the table. Press harder. Well, maybe the other witnesses just missed him. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way. That argument is as weak as the coffee at Très Bien, right? I have here in my possession a ticket. A ticket? It's more like a photo to me. Yes, a one-way ticket to Guiltyville, population the defendant. Joe is kind of a goober now and again, isn't he? This is a photograph taken from near the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef, moments after the poisoning took place, correct? I think the court will agree that with such a clear view of the scene of the crime, how, Mr. Trite, could anyone have overlooked a second person at the table? Certainly seems to show the victim's table extremely clearly. Check our record here. If he was sitting, they would see him. He could still be standing to the left. He was listening to his radio, you say? Yeah, he had a portable radio in his chest pocket. Maggie told us that too, didn't she? Something about how one of them had some sort of earpiece. What should I do? Should I press on this a little harder? Yes. And what was it that the victim was listening to on the radio, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? How should I know? Thanks a lot. We're now one step closer to the middle of nowhere. Not going very well, is it? Detective, could you perhaps tell us about the poison? So, traces of the poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else? Not sure I get you, pal. Was the poison a liquid, or was it a powder? To put it in layman's terms, I say it was a powdery substance. So the poison could have been in anything that was on the table. Sugar, salt, pepper. You put salt and pepper in your coffee, Mr. Trite? The victim took his coffee black, with no sugar. Seems that the poison could only have been in the coffee. Which I do. You absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of his coffee? Huh? What do you mean? According to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. What proof is there that the victim ever drank any of it? Oh, hey, you're right. That's what I was... In case you were wondering, that last objection was for the detective there. Huh? For me? Oh, hey, you're right. You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. If you have the time to waste, you have the time to present that piece of evidence. That piece, sir? Yes, that piece. What piece was it again? Should I be grateful this coffee's only hot enough to give me first-degree burns? Oh, now I remember. This is the victim's coffee cup. That is the second time that Godot has brained us with the cup of coffee. And apparently the very hot cup of coffee. The victim's cup. Take a good look at the rim. Oh yes, it's unmistakable. There is clearly a coffee stain on it. Conclusive proof that the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in this cup. The victim gulped... Oh, no. Gulped it down probably like I am now. For the record, the only prints on the cup were the victims and the defendants. On further investigation of this cup, we found a certain chemical substance. It's enough. Facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant had ample opportunity to commit the crime of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit this crime. Like an old man who knows the score. There's also the matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, I might even be tempted to bend the rules. I don't mind an old man who is weak to the siren call of money. Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie is starting to pile up fast. Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once already. I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance. With one final decisive piece of evidence. It's got more evidence against Maggie? This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. That's not the cleanest apron I've seen. The stain looks like... Can't be blood, can it? Ah, seems the star of our play was a little flustered. And somehow spilled coffee on herself. Coffee? Not exactly the first thing that caught my eye. Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing on this apron. But there's something else that stands out even more. Something else? I presume you mean... Of course, I'm referring to the pocket. The pocket? A search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide. The very poison used by the killer was in her apron pocket. A bottle of poison in Maggie's pocket. Yeah, and Maggie's prints were the only ones on her. Gavel. Court will accept these items into evidence. The question will be, what is that stuff? Because it's very, toward the orange side of red, you know? Deadly powdery poison. Something's still bothering me. Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Okay, tell us. Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You don't need to be told, just look at it. Well, detective? Could this stain really be blood? No way, sir. It's just ketchup, sir. Ketchup? She must have gotten some on her apron while taking someone their breakfast that day. Could have spoken up a little sooner, Detective Gumshoe. Pull a stunt like that again and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup, witness. Oof. Thought everyone knew what it was already. Haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made on this case. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence have all been clearly established. Well, Trite, seems you really are a phony after all. You really know how to drive a man nuts. Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe for the court the crime scene and the findings of your investigation there. The crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from shock, and it must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. Part of the question will be, where did the other coffee come from on her apron? Was she carrying a second coffee? When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. You identified the victim and secured your prime suspect. Very good. Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, Trite. Don't count on any more cross-examination after this one, so let the fun begin. The crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man. Scary old man, Detective Gumshoe? There's an old man who's a regular at the restaurant where the incident happened. We're obviously talking about the same old man. Officers were dispatched right after the report came in, but the old guy still made a fuss. What took you so long? Then he hurled abuse at them, and seeds. Seeds? Huh, it was nothing. I caught each one with my teeth. It's not even the mighty Godot can avoid being attacked by that guy. The old man was the only other customer in the place at the time. He took his time finding a payphone, apparently, so he was late reporting the crime. Maggie had passed out from shock. How long was the defendant unconscious for? The officers got to the crime scene at around 2:40. Maggie was still out cold in the kitchen at that time. Another 10 minutes or so before she came to. Would have liked to have been at the scene myself. He would have liked to have carried out the search, too. He thinks increasingly less of Gumshoe, apparently. Would have loved to see Maggie asleep like that, all pretty and peaceful. Okay, Gumshoe confirms Phoenix's suspicions. I'll see your creepy suspicions and raise you creepier suspicions. You're a professional detective, Gumshoe, not a professional bird watcher. Ah. Save the romantics for your own time, detective. What we need to know about is the investigation. Guess I'm pretty red now, aren't I? Didn't have any? Are you saying that it was stolen, then? No, I don't think so. The victim didn't have a driver's license or even a credit card on him, pal. All he had was 58 cents in his wallet. 58 cents? Yeah, I can't believe I found someone with less in their wallet than me, pal. The victim sounds like he was a thoroughly miserable young man. Or some kind of outlaw. Why not give him a bit of an edge? I think I'm onto something here. Figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. We might be able to present the food when he said he didn't have any money. Because that place is pricey. Wait a sec. Huh? Did I say something dumb again? Let me paraphrase what you just testified to this court. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. It's basically what you said, yes? Yeah, basically. In that case, how were you able to identify the victim so quickly? Oh, that. He's so let down, he's got the whole sagging shoulders and puppy eyes thing going. There's a prescription bag on the victim's table along with the lottery ticket. Seems Mr. Glenn Elg visited his doctor before he went to Trebian. Well, we got the victim's name from the medical records of the doc who prescribed the meds. Reliable enough source for the court. Ask about his health insurance. So what sort of medicine was in the bag? Well, actually, the bag we found was empty. Huh? Yeah, completely empty. It was completely empty. You're entering an empty paper bag as evidence? Desperate, are you, Trite? Now, what happened with the investigation after that, Detective? But the defendant had been passed out for a while, correct? In that case, isn't it possible someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket? Yeah, you nailed it, pal. Happens to me all the time. I had the department party the other day, and when I got home, I was wearing the boss's shoes. Keep up this crazy testimony, Detective, and those shoes will end up down your throat. Sorry. So, Trite, someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket? Pretty bold statement. Care to back it up with some evidence? Well, I'd love to if I had any. Appears you have no evidence to support your theory, Mr. Wright. Nothing else missing from the crime scene. So, the $500,000 lottery ticket and the bottle of poison were accounted for. Yeah. Interesting. It's true that those two items are accounted for. Wasn't there another lottery ticket that was stolen that day? Oh, yeah. The one the restaurant owner took. He won a whole $1 with it. What a lucky guy, huh? They're just going to let him get away with it? It's just $1, Detective. Guess no one cares when it's that little, except for Gumshoe. But, you know, it supplies motive for a second individual. A known pickpocket. Somebody on the scene who had access to the coffee. If I don't find a hole in this testimony, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. Gumshoe isn't giving us anything to work with. We can't find contradictions if he doesn't give us something. That's true. Maggie and Gumshoe are like Dumb and Dumber. Our only hope is that they're so dumb they miss something obvious. Come on, Gumshoe. Be the dumbest you've ever been. Oh, that's a very special cheer going on, you know? Be the worst. Be the worst. Okay, I think we're gonna go with the line where he didn't have any money. Nope. Whatever was in the prescription bag was missing. I think I should point something out to you. There's just one small contradiction in your testimony. This universe is very often dumb there, casemate. You're all anxious waiting, so hurry up, will you? You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine from the scene of the crime later? No, they didn't. The victim was given a prescription right before going to Trebien. Where then did the medication disappear to? You are too cool, pal. Indeed, due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Witness, do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence? I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh? He's so pleased about it. The victim was killed by poison, and the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared. The victim's own prescription could have been the lethal poison itself. Gavel. Well, Mr. Godot, what do you have to say to that? Ha, that's all. What? Read for the court the name of the clinic on the prescription bag, if you will. What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? New Ear... Tolerenology. Tolerangolical. That's a tricky word, isn't it? So what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Godot? Hardly an illness, Your Honor. Like a bitter war wound, you could say. A war wound? The day before the incident, Mr. Elg found himself in a fight. He took a blow to the side of his head and ruptured his eardrum. Ruptured his eardrum? What on earth was the prescription he was given? It was a cream that was to be applied topically inside his ear canal, not to be ingested. As mentioned in the autopsy report, if you read the fine print, they found traces of the medication in the victim's left ear, which is the ear that the earpiece is in. Here it is, in very, very fine print. Classic Phoenix Wright, evidence shenanigans, you know? Oh, but you didn't read the other side of the paper. That's where all this other information was. Ah! I did like the cases with Emma where you could they could have you like rotate the evidence, that kind of thing, so that you got less of this sort of nonsense. Seems Mr. Elg correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Trebien. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe that he would have eaten his medication. Seems this medication is irrelevant to the case after all. No. Nick, if you don't think of something quick, it'll all be over. She's right, but I can't get away with any old weak objection. What should I do? Should save the game. Push the medication. Only moments ago, Mr. Godot made the following statement. It seems Mr. Elg correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Trebien. It really is, and hope for the best, casemate. I mean, Phoenix Wright's whole law practice seems to be based around flailing wildly in the dark. So that's what we're gonna do. That's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime? But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal. That doesn't change the fact that it could not be found at the crime scene. However insignificant it may seem, it's a lawyer's duty to pursue the truth. know as well as I do that the medication is irrelevant. It hardly seems likely that a prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide. It hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it, either. I think at this point, casemate, he has, like, jetpack straps on the seat of his pants. Yeah, the possibility is undeniable. Mr. Godot, is the detective the only witness the prosecution wishes to call? Mr. Godot? I've got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. It's the old man who was in the restaurant on the day of the murder. Victor Kudo, the pigeon hater? Very well. Matter of the disappearing medication seems little more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial, and that is something that bothers me. Yay! Good job, Nick. Pat, pat, pat. Good job. Court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear from the prosecution's next witness. I suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. Amber returned to her favorite spot and was very disgruntled here because Sherbet has taken it. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Then we will continue with the case after that. Getting settled back in, folks. Find a kitty here. There's a kitty. There we go. There we go. Give it a little kick there. Ooh, stretch. All right. First trial recess here. That was close. Tell me about it. I nearly died in there. That's my line, sir. No, it's my line. I think I really did die a little bit. Like, we all nearly died in there. Can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How could he betray us like that? Huh? He said he'd help me, but he totally set me up. I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's got to do his job, right? It's okay, I know all about lies and betrayal. Had them my whole life. It really hurts this time. Felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't ever want to see him again. Poor Gumshoe. So the next witness is going to be that old guy from the park, right? Yeah, Mr. Kudo, lover of waitress outfits and projectile seeds. He's going to be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know? He's a big old grouch. You going to be able to handle him, Nick? Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me, even those never-ending bird seeds. Back in court. Gavel. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Godot, your next witness, please. The prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Name and occupation, if you don't mind. Name's Victor Kudo, born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what make me. Mind you, I can be quite emotional at times, too. You don't need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation. My occupation? Listen, young'un. How much call do you think there is for kimono embroidery here? Kimono embroidery? It's what I do, or did back in Japan. Embroidered family crests on kimonos. This is another one of those markers where they try to imply that this is happening in, like, the US or in the localized area. But I don't think they do that normally. So you get weird moments like this where they're saying, like, oh, why would somebody need to do, like, why would they need that over here versus why would that be a big industry now, you know? Yeah, before this country even existed. So maybe there is something where they're talking about, you know, back in the day as opposed to over here. A real craftsman. They're a dying breed. Maybe he could embroider my costume sometime. Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working the cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile. That burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen. Now then, witness, were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident? That's what I was speculating, Lunar. If it was Natto, because it had some of that look to it. I'm sorry, the little box that it was in, which definitely would explain why they're calling it bird seed, and the reason that Maya eats burgers. Though it is somewhat strange that they would say, like, oh, people won't recognize ramen. What with it being the dish of choice for the college student in similar. Though in Maya's case, it's probably, genuine stuff as opposed to, instant. Where were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident? Oh, yes, I was eating some seeds over a cup of Javachino. Yeah, just eating some natto. Seeds? What do you think these are, I see. You saw everything that happened, Gramps. Did I? Oh, yes. Yes, I did. I saw it all. Then please, tell the court. We're all ears. Sure. I'll tell you every last detail. Really getting into this. The young man was reading the sports paper. Oh, see. We have a different waitress. The gloomy girl with the head injury. Serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. Man took one sip and it looked like he was in terrible pain, then collapsed. It's the serving girl, right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. Which might actually lend some truth to the way that they said he was focused on the maid's outfit, though I think it's supposed to be less that he was focused on their outfits and that he was not looking at their heads, because they usually don't change the person's silhouette much in those little still scenes like that. Sir Kudo, she is not a serving girl. Please refer to her as a waitress. As bad as the rest of them. These newfangled words. What's wrong with old-fashioned ones, Newfangled? Let's talk of radios and glasses. It's wireless and spectacles, I tell you. Hey, excuse me. Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days slip away. I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. The judge is kind of thrown off by feeling young again, I guess. So you saw the victim, then. You saw Mr. Glenn Elg. Wanted to know if Guts and Brawn retained his championship or not. So he was looking at the sports paper the victim was reading, huh? And at the location in question, there are partitions between the tables on the same side as the restaurant, right? The same side, right? So what if there are? You say you could see the victim. That means you were sitting at the table on the other side of the restaurant, correct? Go to that place to drink Javachino. I don't go to sit. I don't remember which table I was sitting at. And you go there to eye the waitress. Mr. Kudo, that is a very grave accusation. Are you sure of what you saw? Victor Kudo never makes mistakes. I dot every T and cross every I. I see. My eyesight's fine. The doctor said I only need spectacles for reading and driving. His eyes are only really fine when he's scoping out a waitress. I saw what the serving girl put into the Javachino as well. I don't know what's coming up, and something tells me I'm not going to like it. Your Honor, we need more clarification on what was put in the victim's coffee. I'd like to ask that the witness add what he knows about this to his testimony. I agree. Witness, will you enlighten us? No question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there and took one sip of it, and it looked like he was in terrible pain, then collapsed. Did she really put that in the coffee? You doubt me, boy? She took out some of a small brown bottle and sprinkled it in. She'd been adding sugar? Sugar in a small brown bottle like that? Like that? Witness, could you please describe the bottle in more concrete terms? A bottle like this, perhaps? There it is, that's the one. The bottle of potassium cyanide, I presume. So what did the accused put in the coffee? I think it's clear, don't you? He took just one sip. You young'uns, you waste everything. The Javachinos cost $8. In good old days, we would have drank it every last drop, eaten the cup, and then died. Would you ever see the YouTube channel Viva La Dirt League, where they have one about potion bottles? Where the first person drinks a healing potion is like, yeah, I just need to figure out what to do with the bottle. My inventory's full. And the other guy's like, oh, just eat it. What do you mean? I told you eat the bottle. The other person shows him how he consumes the health potion, and he just bites into the glass vial and chews it up, bleeding the whole while, and then the thing heals him up as a result. Congratulations, you have earned the title of Baddiest Man to Grace a Courtroom. So it was an immediate death? Well, with potassium cyanide, I suppose that is possible. Yes, he slumped over without so much as a twitch. Felt the Javachino I just drank turn sour in my stomach. I know that feeling. And the waitress, I presume she is... Said, I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features you can identify her by? Particular features? It's a disgrace, that's what it is. Sorry? You can see all the way up to her, you know, she's practically naked in that uniform. So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit. Yeah, this part is, altered. But anyone could wear such a uniform, even me. Mr. Wright, please spare the court any further mental anguish from that image. Don't get all excited, Nick. You gotta keep yourself together. Guess I got a bit carried away. There are other things I recognize about her, too. He's pretty sure of himself. What should I do? Sure, you saw a waitress take the coffee over to the victim. But what matters is whether that waitress was Maggie Bird or not. Every now and then the judge has some good moments, casemate. There are a non-trivial number of that's just about enough of that kind of moments out of him. Mr. Kudo, these other features that you recognize about the defendant, would ask you to add them to your testimony. Sure. ribbon in her hair and her apron straps were loose. You do seem to remember several details about her appearance. What about the most crucial detail of all, her face? As if I wouldn't remember that. Witness noticed the straps on the accused apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face. Right, I can even tell you the color of the ribbon in her hair was red. You see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight. No? No doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. What should I do? And the feeling there's something more to this somehow. Mr. Kudo, you seem especially interested in straps. Why is that? What? The ribbon in her hair, the straps on her apron. What's the fascination? Fascination? Objection! People have all kinds of fetishes, Trite. You don't need to embarrass the witness. Well, good on you, Godot. I'm just surprised they actually said it in this game. Listen, you young upstarts. I haven't got some sick strap fetish. Is there any relevance to the witness's unusual love of straps, Mr. Wright? I was just curious as to why he was so fixated on the waitress's straps. Said I haven't got a strap fetish. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Very well. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Kudo, and make it strapless. Think old Seedy really saw Maggie do it? Probably had his eye on the waitress the whole time. That's why he's here. But he was there for the cute outfits, right? Not the waitress. Yes. It's a good point, though. Can I say something clever? Wonder if the waitress Mr. Kudo saw was really Maggie. Yeah, that's... Ask about her back. Objection! Yep. Identifying features you described are all things that you would see from the back. Yep. The ribbon, the loose apron straps. So what? Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all? Objection! Ha! He's got you there, Gramps. It is interesting that Godot seems to be in these cases primarily to mess with Phoenix. Like, he's really clever. And is pulling the same sort of shenanigans as far as, like, trickle-feeding evidence. But it's less of the prosecutor being out to win at any cost and more... He's jabbing at Phoenix the whole time. People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons. This is harassment. I tell you, I'm not obsessed with straps and ribbons. I'm just telling you what I saw. Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add details about any identifying features. Features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony. Sure. The man's testimony is getting longer and longer. Can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer, I bet. Wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front. You didn't find anything to be distinct, but you clearly see the waitress's face, yes? No question about it. You can come this far to back down now. Victor Kudo never backs down. Never! It's not the answer I was looking for, but okay. It's turned into a matter of pride for old Seedy now, I guess. I wonder if he really did see Maggie's face or not. I thought we need some concrete proof of this. Proof that the old guy didn't see the waitress clearly from the front. I think that's the vibe that they're going for, Casemate, is like with he's got the very traditional outfit on. He's seemingly consuming a traditional food. Even the way that his arm is in the essentially the coat. And then there's the, way back in my day kind of talk. Even to some extent, that face. Like, this is essentially the traditional old guy haircut and facial layout. The usually rough shaven, the kind of crew cut look. What do we got? It would really depend on where he was sitting. All right. Okay, from the kitchen door, this is what you'd be able to see. It's very dependent on where he was sitting. That may be the reason that, well, it's amongst the reasons, Japanophilia is another, that you see Japanese stuff piled into a lot of cyberpunk settings. Like, especially the super heavy corporate looks, is that you'll get that blend of, like, old Japanese content with kind of hyper business content. Oh, the apron. There wasn't anything interesting. Her apron is filthy. Mr. Kudo, I would like you to please take a look at this. That filthy thing would suit filth like you just perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like after he's done eating. Have you ever seen this before? Of course I haven't. Think I'd forget something as dirty as that? You half-witted clod. In his case, it looks like he's barefoot. But same, like, rope, belt, and headband kind of thing. What? What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clod, there's been an eerie silence in here. Oh, frickin' Popeye chin there. Sir Kudo, this apron is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. Actually, it does make a lot of sense that the apron would just be you know, completely splattered with stuff, given how unlucky Maggie is. Yeah, you'd actually. Maybe it's a time of year thing that they're presenting, but a lot of times with that look, you almost see kind of shorts in that kind of vicinity, or some sort of like maybe hip area thing. I don't can't really describe what they end up looking like in that. Apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. Huh? As you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this. Which means if you had really seen this apron before, yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't possibly seen the waitress from the front. Oops. Oh man, they put him in leggings. That's a localization thing. That's got to be a localization thing. Witness, you can't just say oops. You can't just oops your way out of this. Oh well. Like his whole lower body, all the way down to his toes, was like shadowed. Like almost a black-gray. That's weird. Like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Listen, Trite. Here are the facts. It makes you wonder why the censorship? And if censorship, at least we didn't get a tiny, conveniently placed tree. Checking. Apparently his Japanese name is like Shohei Igarashi, and it's something like you could read it as 50 storms of officers and soldiers. I can't find any of the art of him. Maybe. Well, I mean, if you need to step away, you step away, Sidey. The important thing is you take care of yourself. Just, we're trying to find some art of Victor here. No, it doesn't look like it's changed. For some reason, he's in, like, when he's at the witness stand, he is rendered in these, like, black tights. Weird. How very strange. Well, that would be kind of creepy, Sidey. The day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant. That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird. Exactly. When that one waitress put the poison in the coffee cup, this old guy was watching. Hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say you remember seeing. Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps. Rely on me, Captain. My noggin's in perfect working order. Can't remember a single occasion when I forgot what burger a customer wanted. Can't remember. Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocking it out. Very well. Let's test just how good your memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim. Well, hopefully that settles down for you, Sidey, but like I said, if it reaches if you reach a point where you feel uncomfortable, then you gotta step away and find a way to get back to that to a better spot. It's none of those pesky young types wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javachino. Little Fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. The testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory was. It seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail. Oh yes, I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything. You-know-what types. How are we going to handle this, Nick? We only need to do one thing. We need to prove that the old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel? I suppose, but it's what I do best. Trip old men. Really good at it. But yeah, and this goes for everybody. If you find yourself in a situation where you're feeling significantly troubled or something like that, there are hotlines and similar out there where you can call to talk through with somebody and try to get yourself into a safe place one way or another. If you got friends or family to reach out to in the immediate area, that's always a good thing. As much as I'd like to be able to help folks, I'm neither a medical professional of any kind, nor am I able to offer direct intervention of any sort. So I appreciate that you find the stream comforting, really do. But just make sure you keep yourself safe. Spectacles. Dark glasses to you. One of the lenses was green, but the other was broken. Newfangled rubbish, that's why I remember him so well. He did have some kind of lens over his left eye. Couldn't have called it a pair of glasses. Well, feel free to just listen in and do whatever you need there, Sidey. Seems to have been wearing some rather modern-looking shades. Perhaps I should take to wearing some and rival Mr. Godot's sharp appearance. You know, actually, the judge in Godot's outfit would actually be pretty cool, don't you think? Instead of the full robe, you get him in like the almost the accountant's outfit, where he's got the vest and the sleeve straps and whatnot, and then those goggles with the full beard. I think that would be even more stylish than Godot. Give us Cyberpunk Phoenix Wright, Judge. I'll wait and see if I should challenge him about the spectacles. Paper in his right hand and kept rustling its pages. It'd give him a real sinister vibe too, though, Casemate. It completely changed the tone. You'd have to come up with a way to carry his complete befuddlement at all times, despite the visor. You could almost do it like a, if you change the visor to be a, what is the band I'm thinking of? Daft Punk. Like the full, like, LED mask. You could do some, like, little emoticons and whatnot. Newspaper was a sports paper, was it? That young hooligan. Hooligans! Can't you even read without fidgeting? I am really certain that that appears. I've seen a couple of folks on Twitter with these really impressive cyberpunk almost robot masks. The kind that you see on sort of like the robot stormtroopers, you know? Articulated fins and all kinds of stuff, LED markers. So having like a full animated faceplate, definitely. So I'm supposed to be able to read the back page with all that rustling going on. Okay, so from where he was sitting, he could see the face of the victim. You'd find out if Guts and Brawn retained his championship title. It was his paper, not yours. If you wanted to know so bad, why didn't you buy your own? What are you looking at me for like that for? How dare you judge me? Guts and Brawn got beaten yesterday, by the way. Anyway. The wireless? The decadent young rascal. In my day, it was one or the other. Read the newspaper or listen to the wireless. Oh boy. Using an earpiece. It's selfish, that's what it is. Was straining my ears, but I couldn't catch any of it. Is that desperate to listen to the radio? What are you looking at me like that for? How dare you feel sorry for me? Ow. Ah, one of the funny numbers. Perhaps it is auspicious, Casemate. Or perhaps it means you accidentally picked up the special milk that somebody else was going to have handed to them. I mean, the waitress who you only saw from behind, right? You're one of those, are you? You never let anything go, isn't that right? Maybe. It doesn't matter. Better not push it until I have some hard evidence. His free hand. Yes. Which hand was that? Weren't you listening before, clothiers? That he was rustling the paper with his right hand, didn't I? His free hand wasn't his right hand, then which hand was it? Ah. Perhaps the great Mr. Trite has 3 hands. It's only asking. No need to gang up on me or treat me like a freak. Oh no, casemate, there's a, like a particular advertisement on YouTube that they keep bombarding me with that is, some sort of edible gummy, that they assert, repeatedly, is legal in all 50 states. So perhaps you have found the milk version. Which that has got to be an untapped market. No, you got soy milk, you got almond milk. In before you get Monster Energy drinkables. The point of this cross-examination is to establish just one thing. This old guy's memory has more holes than a slice of Swiss. So we need to find a contradiction in his testimony somewhere. Anywhere will do, even the smallest detail. Just need one mistake. Left eardrum was ruptured. That's definitely going to be relevant. The paper was removed from the crime scene as well. Might be an indication of where he drank the coffee from, given where the coffee is positioned. But, that's... I kind of hope it's not that, because that'd be... diddly. we're gonna try it. Nope. How can he tell he was listening to wireless? To radio. This is another guess. So, his eardrum was ruptured. And he had the ointment applied to his left ear. The eyepiece that he's got, the supposed radio earpiece, is on his left. Nope. Yeah, and I think one of them said he called out when he was listening to something. Maybe this is it. See, the side that it's... so where the lip print is. So the handle would be on the right. So maybe this is where we go wrong. Okay, that's better than the picture of the crime scene. Remember what you were told at the start of this testimony, that this was a way of testing the credibility of your memory. This is a bad way to test the credibility of his memory. Because this is a very fine detail. Like which hand he picked it up with. It feels like one of those that's like, oh, well, he picked up the coffee. But, well, it's going to be a thing. Nothing wrong with my memory, I tell you, nothing. If you got anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song. Well, here we go. Care to tell us where this is going, Trite? According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left. What is this, kindergarten? But I would like the court to please take a look at this. That's the cup the victim used, correct? Yes, and on the rim you'll notice the mark left by the victim's lips. Yes, there is a stain left by the coffee. And considering where the stain is, you'll clearly see the victim was holding the cup in his right hand. Well, if the coffee was hot enough that he had to use the handle, it could be very well insulated. Maybe they're one of those folks that, like, holds the mug or something like that by the rim and takes a weird sip of it. But how? Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. Now dance for me, old man. He's wearing tights. Is that a thing? Like, is that meant to be part of some traditional outfit or portrayal of a traditional outfit? Full black leggings? Sir Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. I think the witness had better go back to the park. Wait. You think I'm gonna stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad? You're wrong. Don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw. You still insist on your memory? On your testimony? That the young brat was holding the cup in his left hand? No question. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I am. It's that dead young hot hit. It's that dead young hotbot and you spiky-haired yahoo, who are at fault. Dead young hotbot. Who, me? Thank you, old man. I've heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 68 years, I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say. Sorry, Mr. Kudo, but sure, why not hear a little more? Mr. Godot. But this is my 16th cup of wow. Godot is moving fast today. We're hardly into, the second phase of the trial, and he's already at the end that he had in the entirety of case 2. Well, the second half of case 2, you know. So this is your final stand. Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor. Boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. That's going to be a flaw. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. Then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. You know that the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor often used by programmers. Really? Man. I clearly missed out. Where's my frickin' Scouter lens monitor thing? A monitor? You mean like a television screen? The inside of the lens is a screen that displays computer data. It's called an HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work. These newfangled letters drive me mad. They don't matter. I know what I saw, and I'm telling the truth. It's true, he doesn't seem to be lying. Those are the facts in good old black and white. I think we can present the victim's profile here. I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but... Mr. Kudo, there is something very strange about your observations of the victim. What? You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the head-mounted display. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. I don't think so. What did you say? You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo, but the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured. Huh? Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right, it's impossible that the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear. I mean, he could have had an earpiece in the right ear as well. Like, you know, earphones. Like small in-ear earphones, and maybe he was fiddling with the left one out of force of habit to have it in there, but maybe it made his ear uncomfortable. And it made the earpiece gooey. Because he couldn't even hear in that ear. Is that true, Captain? It is. Pigeon! Apparently that is the pigeon song. I mean, it predates an AirPod style earbud, but they're presenting the idea of a wireless like computer display monocle. Witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind. He claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. And, well, Mr. Godot? I mean, then we've got whatever this thing Godot is wearing is. Though there is just the distinct probability that Godot wears it because it looks cool. You know, it doesn't do anything. Other than make it hard for him to see through. A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk. Captain, are you calling me a drip? This is the victim's coffee cup, which the potassium cyanide was found. The marks on the rim clearly show the victim picked it up with his right hand. That is true. At the same time, I kind of want it to be that underneath that he has, like, really wacky googly eyes. Big old derpy Radley pupiled googly eyes, you know? Never back down. I know I'm right. The lad drank his Chavachino with his left hand. Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly the victim used both hands. He took a sip with the cup held in his right hand and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw. Impossible. The witness had already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of coffee. Which hand the victim used to pick up his cup is irrelevant, Your Honor. The fact still stands. With one hand or the other, Mr. L drank the poisoned coffee. Like this. 17 cups, minimum. Sadly, Mr. Godot, that doesn't wash. The point of this testimony was to establish whether the witness's memory is credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless. I mean, we're talking... The black tights, that's weird. We're talking eyewitness testimony, which is still, you know, very, very, very fallible. If it is time to conclude today's proceedings, I am satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court. But to be frank, his testimony is a farce. Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old fogey. I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, you can't reach me from here. Ordering the defense and the prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned. Wait! If we stop now, where does that leave me? Leave you, Mr. Kudo? Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there, I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now. How is your bad memory my fault? I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do. Kept my mouth shut until now. There's something else the court should know. What? There's more? To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything. But I want another chance, or another crack at you, you young shark. Me? I think they missed an opportunity to have, like, the little shower of seeds pelting in when this is happening. Like the whip cracks and whatnot. It's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun. Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook. Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee. What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Chavachino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man. That's enough, witness. I believe it will be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony. You bet. Much, much quicker. I can't believe this is happening. I get the picture. Just quit throwing those seeds at me, would you? He's got to be using some sort of infinite ammo code with that box of seeds. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javachino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke, and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turns things upside down, Is that all? Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. Doubt me again? Doubting a poor, defenseless old man? Vase is still standing. No, we're not doubting you, Mr. Kudo. Did you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick? Yeah, so what? Probably. All I can think of, and I have to cross-examine this guy. You're a bird brain. That's what you all... That's all you can... That's why that's all you can think of. Well, Mr. Wright, your final cross-examination, please. The final showdown. It's either here or the prior statement. Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene. So what? Look carefully at the table. The vase is there, intact. Huh? Lost your tongue, Granddad? No granddad of yours, hopscotch. Enough. If you throw any more seeds in this courtroom, the cleaners will be here all night. What is it now? Just remembered something. Yes, go on. The broken vase. It was on my table. What? Ah, well, you see. Startled me when that young lad collapsed, so I stood up. Must have been when it hit, when it fell over. The vase on my table, I mean. Vase on your table. Yes, it was on my table. And that's how my groin came to be completely soaked. Silence. Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today. Womp womp. I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been of any use at all? Perhaps that's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo. Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I've got more to say. Remember something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. Listen to me. It's comical and actually kind of sad at the same time, you know? The character that they present is the cantankerous old man. And him getting dragged off like that because he's just, so full of himself and sure that he knows what he's talking about, has the comedy to it. But at the same time, they're presenting it as like his memory is failing and he himself is desperate to still be relevant, to still be of use in the current world. And playing that off for comedy does have that sort of like dark edge to it. It's that like, now, Grandpa, we're taking you off to the home. So despite the comedy, there's that little bit of awe to it. Seem to have been considerably sidetracked. I am still not in a position to deliver a verdict. The defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Additionally, there are two disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far. The mark on the coffee cup, that the victim supposedly drank from with his left hand, and the earpiece which was inserted into his left ear, out of which he couldn't hear. Wow, Nick, you did it. What is it called? Again, if we're dealing with, wireless heads-up display technology, then we could also assume maybe it's that, this is definitely newer stuff. But the skeletal vibration style, earpiece. I don't know, would that still work with a ruptured eardrum? Maybe the skeletal vibration ones would still rely on vibrating the eardrum ultimately. I mean, that's how you hear, isn't it? I therefore require both the defense and the prosecution to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. Therefore, there is one more thing before I call today's session to an end. One more thing, Your Honor. The witness we just heard from. He is most insistent that his testimony should be of use. So he summarized it accordingly in this statement, in haiku form. May each have a copy if you wish. Whatever. Prosecution doesn't need props like that. Kudo's really mad, huh? Yeah, I would be too. Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies, my own, yours, and Mr. Godot's. Yes, Your Honor. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. Sorry, this isn't a piece of testimony, more like a 5-year-old's apology. What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies? That is all. This court is adjourned. let's keep going. See if we can at least get through the next investigation sequence. Part 3, investigation. Playing both games side to side, or side by side, this era of Phoenix Wright, I can't speak to the newest ones, and the Danganronpa series really makes me feel like the Danganronpa ones are kind of the next step up. Even if you removed all the mini games from Danganronpa, if you played in gentle mode and you just had to do the most basic aspects of the mini games, I think the investigations are more engaging in that. Phoenix Wright is still fun. The characters are funny. The cases have just enough of that interest that they've got that TV murder mystery kind of vibe to them. Again, that kind of fun Murder, She Wrote kind of thing. How do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? Got a bit crazy in there. It was just a one... I just wonder if that killed our chances. I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. If anything, though, it did undermine the prosecution's case. Because one of the people that corroborated the fact that there wasn't another person there has been removed as a reliable witness. The other person also had a motive to take the ticket and to make it seem like it was Maggie. The question of how the ticket got in Maggie's pocket is the critical aspect that we need to get rid of. Seriously, look at this shot. Look at this shot right here. Tell me that doesn't look like he has just the sharpest bowl cut. Like, yeah, it's supposed to be a beanie. It's supposed to be a beanie, but that's hair. In black and white, that looks like hair. It's like they got the most Spartan of bowls, you know, metal cut bowl, put it over there, laser etched his hair off, and then shellacked that stuff. It probably went clonk when he hit the table. We don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. And based on the little opening teaser, there's the distinct possibility that the other waitress didn't lace the coffee. Or maybe they laced the coffee that was going to be given to the other person. The victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. About a terrifying case of contradictionitis. And to play doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh? Stop it with the wordplay, you're both bad at it. Gotta find one for Maggie or she's going to have a terminal case of guilty. Looks like Gumshoe's not here. Never mind that. What's going on? Feels different in here somehow. You think? Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge. What are you doing? Call in the officers for the briefing, quick. Did you shut down the station's server? Oh. So what if the guy involved is going to be the stereotypical movie hacker, you know? And that this is some attack on the department. that sort of translation ultimately depends on the translation team that they've got going, and how well they kind of theme the translations. To my understanding, the Japanese text of a lot of quests and special events in Final Fantasy XIV, they're all very serious. Like, fantasy setting, you know, this is a dangerous monster kind of stuff. All of that stuff is a pun in the English version. Left and right, plays on words and gags. And while some of the descriptions and whatnot are still like serious, the titles being that way is a consistent thing. And it's not that they were trying to carry it over, it's that they were given some free rein to change the tone, which can be interesting. But there are also there's also a lot of wordplay in some anime and the like, that kind of media that doesn't translate well. One I've called out before is that common word game where they go back and forth saying a word, and then the next word has to start with the same kind of the same pronunciation as the prior word ends with the same symbol pronunciation as the next word starts with. And that whole kind of chain of words thing is not uncommon, and that doesn't translate well because you don't have that full meaning chunk, you know? Chief, quit playing on the internet. But my email pen pal. Okay, the first part is leaked. And then there's... Is it supposed to be princess? It could just be princes. Save it for later. Turn it off now. No. Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh? Keeping busy, more like panicking, if you ask me. Something's going on. Something big. This must be the chief of detectives. Looks lost now that the power to his computer has been cut. Well, I guess I'll just have to write her a real letter instead of an email. Alternately, you could write up some reports. Just a suggestion. I think it's like Leet Princess, but it's supposed to be like Asian, like the AZN. Yeah. I'm okay. How was the show last night? Awesome job. Maybe I should send in my resume and become chief. Must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Even pickpockets can have their pockets picked. It's a keeper. Or to go with something that doesn't sound too much like a slogan. Must be coming up with slogans for the crime prevention campaign. I'm not sure even he knows what kind of crime he's trying to prevent. Guess Maggie's still in questioning, but we've got questions to ask her too. Maggie! Maggie! Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. Empty, as usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime, too. Come on, come on, come on. It sounds like... Now just call an 8, pal. Come on, I know you can. He's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number. Like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, it's you. It's, just listening to the radio, pal. The radio? Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is, and he's having the twin tea set? Uh-huh. What can I say? This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? Really drove her into a corner, you know. Always blow apart my testimony. Why of all days didn't you do it today? Sorry, there weren't any holes in it for once. And what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? Would he have preferred crumbly like aged Parmesan? Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't have been any holes left to find. So did Maggie say anything to you? About me, I mean? Well, how did she put it again? I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. I hate him, sir. I mean it. Don't ever want to see him again. Something like that. Wow. Gumshoe runs off crying. Poor Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean... Why is this happening? Banging his head against the wall. Oh man, poor Gumshoe. So, did you like the twin tea set? I never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous, my hands were shaking. So, how did it taste? Well, for $20, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, really. It was delicate? Delicate? I mean, you liked it? Didn't taste bad to you? What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking. That's it. I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste. And I just realized, it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. Hear the rust suddenly crack on the gears. It's just kind of hard to admit to yourself when you paid $20 for it, you know? Maybe you should have found out about the price after he had finished eating. Hey, Nick, maybe that's why Glenn L. came here. Maybe he heard about the super fierce twin tea set. By fierce, you mean fearsome. Speaking of Glenn L., that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy. Why don't we ask the detective what he knows? So what were you all excited about earlier? Huh? That's right, you said you were listening to the radio or something. Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe, you can tell little old me. What were you listening to? Nothing, really. It was just the, daily exercise show. What the? A Cyclock? This lunch special's lobster sure is great. Why are there tears in your eyes? Is it really easier to pretend to eat human flesh than it is to talk to me? Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to? Wait, pal, now that you've made a big thing out of it, I'm not going to tell you. See, we'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to... I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? Thought you'd try to win big like Glenn Elg did. It's like you can see right through me. Huh? I've cracked him already? Hey, pal, that's why I said it was nothing. Usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try. It's with everyone in the lottery. So, how did it go? I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing than all that. At all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. About the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elg, see? They've got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawing live on the air. It's intense, pal. But that's what Mr. Elg was listening to on the day he was killed. You know, what time is it now? It's just after 1:30. Are the lottery results always broadcast at the same time? Yeah. Look, I got this flyer when I bought the ticket. Millionaire radio. That sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick. Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden? Wasn't literally a computer, Maya. Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun? Fun? Oh, I know. So have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elg worked yet? You might as well. His workplace? Where's that? A computer firm called Blue Screens Incorporated or something like that. It is a bad name for a computer company of any sort. Even if you're tech support, that's a bad name to use. Like, complete marketing failure. Whoever you hired, fire them. Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun, Nick. Let's go. Computers aren't really my thing, Maya. We'll be fine. I know all about this high-tech stuff. I wonder about that. Just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look. Computer firm called Blue Screens, huh? Huh? The thug is back. I don't see any signs of Mr. Kudo, do you? Maybe he went to buy another ton of bird seeds. Kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyway. At least not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. Hey, check this out. I wouldn't get too close to that if I were you. Otherwise you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine, a tiger loose in the city. Meanwhile, the real phoenix is like an abandoned chick lost in a vast urban jungle. Huh? Don't worry, someday you'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope. Why is she trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. I'll be back next month. Be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. Have everything ready, I promise. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. I wonder if this is her, if this is the aggressive collections agent, you know? It'd be a shame if your restaurant burned down, you know? I beg you. Don't let me down. I'll be watching you. It's not necessary. You can trust me. Talk to anyone and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Oof. Do not have to worry. You know, you worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It's an oil of sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. Be taking my leave. Goodbye for now. Wasn't she just creepy? I have the shivers. Let's rub some of my oil all over my body before I become a nervous wreck. Oof. Nope. My eyes. My eyes. Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this. Oil of sandalwood. Isn't this just the leftovers of what you were just using? Don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? You're right, sir. But perhaps that is perfect. That is the perfect time for you to visit me, then. That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you a dish supreme. Putting on a brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. You're right. Business has been difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People do not understand. They think it is Trey. I just want people to think my restaurant was exclusive. They think you just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya? This restaurant is my life. It's everything to me. Again. Defend it to the end. No one will take it from me. So, who was that woman you were just talking to? You saw that? Well, yes, sorry. So, who was she? She looked so polite and graceful. Polite? Graceful? And she likes raw meat and fires, right? I like how Maya is saying that like it's another positive trait. Like, oh, she's polite, graceful, eats raw meat, and likes to burn things. None of these are red flags. Date that woman. Yes, it's a repeat. Yep. Now that I think about it, hey Maya, I think it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having. You think so? Well, then let's show him that piece of evidence to see what happens. As long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with broken wings. Angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. They keep harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in. I agreed to help them. Help them? With what? If I did not owe them the money, I would have refused. But my hands were tied. What did you agree to help them with? I cannot say. If I tell you that woman, she'll slice me up and eat me with the salad garnish. I hope he doesn't mean that he'll literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract, am I right? Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. woman who was here earlier. I take it that she's, why does it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in debt. It is a sign of the bad world we live in. No, I'd say it's more of a sign of bad culinary skill. The woman who is here, the scary woman. She is from the loan office. Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from? Yes, Tender Lender, it is called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10. $10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya. Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much. So Tender Lender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? I wonder if they've got anything to do with this case. Weak woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. So, Armstrong's phrasing it has an implication of gender identity. Armstrong has called themselves a girl and a weak woman couple, like that kind of thing. Maya has referred to Armstrong as a woman or a girl. So, is that what we're implying? Is it age of the game and the writing. They're probably doing a stereotype. But this is another one of those things to think about. Like, what is being implied about this character? Again, Phoenix Wright writing, I think we can make negative assumptions about what they were trying to do. Set, I have to buy something nice to cheer myself up. Thanks to them loaning me the money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. Because I'm like his slave. I have to do everything that he tells me. Who's this he? The tiger. Okay, yep, fake Phoenix. The tiger. Yes. He's the manager of Tender Lender, a terrifying man. A big city mobster, yeah. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling, and his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noise of that battered old scooter he rides, I start to cry. Big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter. Does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no, no, no. This man has a presence, most formidable personality. Although, he does have the spiky hair. He does have spiky hair just like you. There is a resemblance there, I suppose. Sounds like this loan office is worth checking out after all. If you want to visit Tender Lender, it's just beyond Vitamin Square. Hey, Nick. If you need money, I can loan you some, as long as it's less than $3. Thanks for the offer. Just beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. Got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case, you mean? No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay, well, we'll see you later then. Bye. Pause. Better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I, kinda got a favor to ask. It's a big one. A favor? Yeah, it's for, Maggie, actually. I was kinda hoping you'd give this to her for me. Rice and cocktail weenies? Is that? What is that? It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. I mean, it really looks like he just made rice and mini hot dogs in bulk. Been real worried about her. She looked like she'd lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on Earth who could down this much meat. It is very endearing what he's trying to do. Trying to do in a kind of ham-fisted, flaily way, but still. He put in the effort. I think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of their tender juiciness. So you give it to her? Took me ages to make. Well, let's see, that's disappointing. Took me ages to make, hot dogs and rice. So please say you will, pal. Can't exactly say no, can I? Gumshoe's lunchbox given to Maya to carry. A tenderly handmade lunchbox fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies. Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Exactly, casemate. I mean, as simple as it is, he set out to make it, and he did. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. It's finally gone. Maggie's not available yet. Jump over to Trebien. From here, we're going to go to blue screens first. Wow, this place is so high-tech. You can almost smell the electricity in the air. Apparently, Blue Screens is a place that desperately wants to be like an Apple product. It is a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know. Who are you? Oh, wow. Oh, hello. Science fiction. Sorry, access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Her whole outfit seems like angled plating. Oh, wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood. Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational show. Whacked Educational tells us a great deal about Phoenix studying law when he was in college, doesn't it? And I don't mean he was studying it as his degree, as was established earlier in this game. That was like his side thing. It was like a hobby, studying law while he did his art degree. My name is Lisa Basil. Okay, what is that word? Palindrome. The victim has a name like that too. Greg Elg and Lisa Basil, same front and back. I'm the company director. Director? She's human? Seems more like a ghost. More like a ghost in a shell. Not quite the haircut. Hey there, Andrew. Welcome. Just now reaching the spot. And that thing over her eye, isn't that the same device as Greg Elgs? No, Glenn Elgs. Same thing, though. Glenn Elgs. DMH, right? Nice try, but it's the other way around. HMD. All of my programmers here at Blue Screens are supplied with HMDs. Did you write programs, too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. It feels like that was some sharp snark. I don't recall. Andrew, have you been to the channel before? Sorry about that, Andrew. My memory in that regard is not reliable. But in even, welcome. You gotta appreciate the commitments to have rolling LEDs on your outfit. So what exactly is this firm's business? We'll try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry and then deliver optimum operating systems and source-level components to them. You lost me on the corner of analyze and management. It doesn't matter. They analyze stuff. You got that much, right? The software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs? So what if Glenn was involved in some sort of program, like some side of shady program to either rig or pull in advance the lottery numbers for a day, and was then killed to steal the program? Because the CD was present. They distributed on CDs. They just waved a big red flag about that. And the CD was gone by the time the police showed up. Yes, compact disc. Digital optical storage media. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. It's a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them about what they're doing. Wow. There's a stereotyped Japanese computer nerd character in it. You just need to cast him in pale monitor light and darkness, you know? Excuse me, but what are you working on right now? No, it's rolling too fast for me. Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we're involved in. Did you good people follow all that? Yeah. Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil? You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know. It's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier, too. But I couldn't tell him anything either, because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Incorporated. Our company assures you that we had nothing to do with the death of that individual. Everything is fine here, and any missing people are purely coincidental, no matter what proximity they came within the facility. How about Mr. Elg's desk? Have you already cleared it out? No, not yet. It's this one, right in front of you. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it. So there might be a clue here somewhere. Oh, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess. It's pretty average to me. But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. You think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. He's trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry, then. Hey, this calendar. What about it? If it's another hint about tidying, you can forget it. Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen. Remember December 3rd? It's the day Mr. Elg was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah. It says, meet with the tiger. The tiger. Floor mat, and I can't tell if that's meant to be something that's broken or if it's like a rolled up sleeping bag, like rolled up and bagged sleeping bag. Wow, look at this mess. Lottery tickets, or maybe just betting slips. Looks like they're all betting tickets. Oh, there you go. What kind of betting tickets? Betting on which horse will win a given race. They're horse racing tickets. That would explain the calendar, I guess. Wow, his drawers are stuffed full of these. Like they're all losing tickets, though. Glenn had a problem. This many tickets would get you what? $1 down at the recycling center? But I didn't know you were so hard up that you'd try to profit from the dead, Nick. Just taking them as evidence, Maya. Get me the evidence garbage bag. Really pounding that keyboard, isn't he? Wow, I bet that's where the pro and programmer comes from, huh? Guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that. That's a good idea. Maybe I could become old Seedy's apprentice. And what about your spirit medium training? Hey, look, Nick. It's a supercomputer. Looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it? Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya. That explains why we don't use the computer in our office. You work there too, Maya. Yeah, but at least I'm... Please don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise, the computer will laugh at you. She said she'd laugh at us, Nick. She's a human, Maya, not a computer. Those pillars almost look like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling. Ah, they just look a bit twisted or warped or whatever the word I'm looking for. This office was designed with a futuristic feel in mind. Really? Futuristic? Yes, we tried to imagine what things might look like in the future when we designed it. It helps to soothe and calm the soul. On second thought, I agree with you, Nick. This place is really unsettling. taking a look at this? I'm sorry, that data is super admin restricted, desktop access password protected. Well, that was a burst of technobabble for sure. I mean, individual pieces of these could be non-technobabble, but altogether it's got that, you know, roll them through, just roll up a bunch of words and sling them at the wall kind of vibe. You know, I've never heard that term. But I fundamentally object to it because of the double acronym letter in the first word. Like, nope, reject it. Not Sesame, then it must be her mother's maiden name. That's how it always is. No point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Maya. She just doesn't want to talk about this. But you learn something new on a regular basis, you know? Any attempt to casually look this concept up has been hopelessly contaminated by Devil May Cry. We should focus on asking about Glenn Elg. About Mr. Elg. He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from one or two bugs in his personality. Oh, like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? Good old backronyms. And tortured acronyms. Like, oh man, this acronym would be cool if, you know, we could add this one more letter. Okay, well, let's just crowbar that sucker in there. So he was really no trouble at all, a model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. To find out what this trouble was exactly. About Mr. Elg. Is he in some kind of trouble? Sorry, why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Triple lock? Beaner with the Magatama, see how far we can get. How about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? Sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service. What's she talking about? So better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elg's troubles have something to do with this? What is that? Bunch of horse racing tickets. All losing ones. That many tickets, I could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortunes is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? What is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn Elg, had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. Alright, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elg's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? The lottery, horse races, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's got to have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps. You're right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example, do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? If Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000. Yeah, but it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? True that Mr. Elg won $500,000 in the end, but that was his first stroke of luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Don't have the marker for them. We need something for that loan company. Win through compromise. Dented punching bag, like it is patched, and then there is a dent in the patch. Place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it? Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. That is, as they say, a very good thing. Welcome. Talk about a creepy voice. Makes your soul want to shrivel up and die. You're here to discuss a loan? No, not exactly. The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. She's gone, just like that. So we'll just have to come back another time. But this is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, let's take a look around. Do you think it'd be okay? Of course, no one will ever know. Coffee? I'll leave it here for you to enjoy. Quietly. Yes, thank you. Do not touch the desk, please. Nick, let's get out of here. Now she wants to get out of here. No, someone dropped the ashtray on the floor. It'd be a nightmare to clean it up, especially on that kind of carpet. It's all over the rug and everything. Makes accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning it up was such a pain. It's one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal. How did you manage to knock one of those over? Aren't they supposed to be super heavy? Oh, hey. There's a book of matches here. There's a book of matches here, too. Matches, huh? Places don't give those out much nowadays. Hey, wait a second. What is it? Look what's printed on its cover. It says Très Bien. You wouldn't expect this Très Bien to be a place that would have... that would be giving out matchbooks. As it would imply a... You know, like, hey, here's a matchbook, you can smoke here, kind of thing. And given the owner's fixation on, like, potpourri and scented, scented oils and whatnot, cigarette smoke would be counterintuitive. There's also the fact that it's a very confined space. And very pink. Nicotine yellow doesn't quite blend. Matches would come in handy. We might be able to use them. Yeah, the pilot life for the office boiler keeps going out. Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. Daruma has spoken. Splat. See, this round doll is called a Daruma, I think. Figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured, in case you're wondering. I mean, you aren't making stuff up for a change? Bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always right himself. Come on, Nick, give him a good shove. Only if I feel like dying. Now, this yellow thing, this is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king. Not that I'm an expert or anything, I'm more of a reversey person, you know. Assuming she knows what she's talking about, these aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking out from under here. What is it? A repair bill? Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? $15,000 to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane. Car is registered to Daverinus? Not even the tiger's car? Maybe she is... Maybe it's Cadaverina or something like that? Maybe someone else's repair... Why would someone else's repair bill be in the tiger's office? Cadaverini family. Daverini. Golden desk. It's like that, the guy who is at the head of the information broker company. With his desk held up by golden statues of himself. CD player on the desk. The desk is so loud, it's a wonder you can hear it. Lid's open. For what kind of music the tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Ah, yes, thanks. It was lovely. So, you drank it all? Gulp. If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. That coffee, it was laced with something. I'm almost sure of it. Nick, my stomach, it's killing me. Wait, maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast. Sure hope so. Take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. Not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger? Eh. It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on the disc with pen. MC Bomber. Potentially a program called MC Bomber, you know? This must be the CD Maggie told us about. Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal. The woman will make us drink more coffee if we do. Impressive desk on one impressive rug. Solid gold, Nick. Gold! Just look at that shine. Only real gold shines like that. You really want such a shiny desk, though? Would you really want to have to pay for the sort of floor supports that could have that? That could handle that sort of desk on it? I don't know, but let's see what it's like to sit at a solid gold desk. Wow, I'm completely dazzled. Because it's completely dazzling. I can see up my nose in the reflection. That's got to be really distracting. The desk isn't practical. No surprise there. Hey, look at this Parisian-style coat. So chic. More like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't got an eye for fashion. Hey, look at this. The suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick. Same color as my suit. Keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, got to take a look at this. Some cake? I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Just wait here quietly. Otherwise... Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said. Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you, only so I can take care of you. Understand? She's not sinister at all. I'm scared, Nick. So, what were you getting so excited about before? Look, on the lapel of the suit. It's cardboard. Like, cut out of really thick cardboard. Is the tiger a lawyer? No way, look at this thing. It's made of paper. Made of cardboard and painted. Painted to look authentic. For some reason your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me. Why doesn't anyone recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? That is the roar of the tiger. That goes on for quite a while. I'm out from under the desk, Maya. What are you two snooping around in my office for? It's so orange. Nothing, we were just... Precious carpet. You got ash on my rug. I wish your ugly feet never came through my door. It wasn't us. It was already like that. Just want to argue with me? Is that what you doing? You dink. You think yous can take me on? I'm gonna flatten yous two into pancakes and turn yous into my new rugs. Oh. Don Tigre, you're back. That voice, it's like evil seeping into your head through your ears. I'm sorry, Don Tigre. I knocked over that ashtray earlier and... She got a death wish or what? Oh, wow. He's terrified of her. Neat. Oh, right. Huh? Forget about it, Violetta. So I'm guessing she is a member of the Cadaverini family. It's none. What? I'm gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear? That's so unfair. Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan. Phoenix Wright. Yes? He's either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now he's got to come and mess up my plan. So it was him. But I don't care. No one gets in my way. What? I mean, excuse me? You should have left a little girl at home, right? I have a few things I want to... No questions. This is the last time we meet. Wait, please. That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him. You're one to talk. I didn't hear you scream, "Hold it," either. The espresso? Ha! And cookies? So, question. Hypothesis. Did the tiger hit her car with his moped and cause the damages, which he is now in some way working off? And could that be related to her head injury? Wild speculation. This woman is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what was it the tiger called her? Violetta? So, I'm kind of curious about your company, Tenderlender. With the warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business, a conscientious rate of interest, and an attractive repayment policy, I don't get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well. We will tenderly lend you that little bit extra here at Tenderlender. Hey, Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Company at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from that our card game for starters. Why don't you take out a loan? Would I like to take out a loan from a place like this? Not so much. Tenderlender is on your side. So let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then? We'd give you more coffee. Strong coffee. Right, I think I'd rather skip town. Hey, just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well. Do you know about the incident we're investigating? What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in the restaurant just near here. That incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager. The manager being the tiger. Furio Tigre. Furio? Tigre? That's where the tiger thing comes from. I thought it was because of his, all of the spray tan, and then the black hair. But I guess deriving it from his name also makes sense. He's got a real name, Nick. Hurry up and find out more about him. I ask you about the tiger, I mean, Mr. Tigre. Cookie? Sure. How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. Go ahead, Nick. The honor is all yours. No, ladies first, Maya. No matter how I look at her, I just don't get it. What are the tiger and this scary girl doing working together? We are lovers. Not exactly coming across in your tone of voice. I owe Don Tigre my life. He's the one who saved me. Tiger? Saved you? Please, address him properly as Don Tigre. Otherwise, I'll have to... Okay, Don Tigre, of course. I'm sorry. Saved her life? Sure would like to know how that happened. doesn't care about Jean's loan contract. Doesn't care about the debt that she found. Yeah, car repair bill for $15,000 paid by Tigre to the Cadaverini family. There he is. Old Seedy's back feeding the pigeons again. Take this, and this. Get out of my park. Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya. Just keep your head down and let's sneak away. What? Why? Hello, old man. What are you doing, Maya? Huh? Hey, he just turned his back on us. Not surprised. I bet it really hurt his pride, and I bet I really hurt his pride in court this morning. Hey, Mr. Kudo. Pigeon. Look, we really need to talk to you, all right? Out with the demons. In with the good fortune. That would be beans, if I recall. A type of bean is the one that's used in like a little festival game or something where you like wing beans at the person playing the ogre. I think. Is that actually a thing? I just knew you were a demon, Maya. Seems that they're implying it's a thing. Sorry about what happened in court earlier today. Everyone will be talking about me behind my back now. Dirty old man who is so busy looking at the serving girl's backside that he can't remember her face. Filthy, depraved animal. Not at all. Listen to me, boy. I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress put it in. Put some white powder into the young lad's Javachino. We hear you. Another thing, the young layabout was wearing an earpiece. The same side as the lens of his broken spectacles. I'm really sorry. Made a little mistake about the vase, so what? I know what I saw. I tell you, I tell you, I tell you. Hey, okay, take it easy, please, Mr. Kudo. Tell me to take it easy, you spiky-haired brat. Take this. You said you were a craftsman, right? The modern world casts honest craftsmen like me aside in droves. Surely it's not that. I'm from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the shoguns. You hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer, I was born one. Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself. I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose. Ah. And scream right down his ear hole. Objection. So, did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood. Got a tsunami of frustration inside and it's ready to burst out. Let him start rambling now. He might never shut up. What should I do? Suck it up. Guess I better let him talk. There's not much call for craftsmen these days, then. Of course not, you idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands. Errands? Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, Gramps. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of 2-bit community handyman? Well, buy some bread. Now that I can understand. What's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Well, people say what they mean. Get lost. That's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at that restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I? I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute. What did he just say? At home and at that restaurant. Hold up. By restaurant, are you talking about the Très Bien? Did you get asked to run an errand there, too? Yes, I did. The very day that young brat was poisoned. What? So on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do? Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over the table. Serving girl collapsed. I broke that vase. It all happened so fast, I was in a bit of a daze, you see. Then the owner shouted over to me. You, call the police. Call them yourself, I should have said back, but I didn't think of it at the time. So, did you end up calling the police? Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze. Did you call them on your cell phone? Do I look like I have one of those newfangled thingamajigs? Went out looking for a payphone, of course. Went looking for one? I couldn't find one right away, you know? Wandered around for 5 minutes or so. 5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after the incident happened, yes, sirree, the owner was at the Très Bien on his own. Why didn't you mention this in court this morning? Well, I would have if you'd given me a chance. But you all bullied me out of the courtroom. It's not my fault. You're the ones to blame. At least told us before we got to court. Really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead. Maggie was unconscious. Which leaves that woman, that man, seriously, alone in the restaurant. Another mark of the times that this was written in. It doesn't make it any more, well, any less but not shocking. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. Ah. Oh, sure, you go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead, huh? I need to get more details about exactly what happened. From Maggie and from Mr. Armstrong. Hey there, Galaxy. Welcome back. How have you been? We're on the second day of investigation. We're trying to piece more together. We have met Fake Phoenix. We have met Terribly Creepy Girl. Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again. Place is open for business. Can't have an open restaurant without a chef. It's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me. A couple of minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone. Missing when we need to talk to him the most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose. What's this? Looks like a treasure chest. Oh, that's bottles, aromatherapy, about 100 of them. Any different? This book of poetry. Poems. Attempts. Not any different. Seasonings, knives, pots. Okay. Don't think anything's really different. It's only telling us we can look at it because we've gone to a new chapter. Yeah. So one of the things that can be irritating is that things that you've already searched will have the yellow magnifying glass again when you move to the next day of investigation. It's a hassle. Armstrong has got to be involved, Galaxy. If for no other reason than they have a great deal of debt with a group that is obviously strongly involved. Don Tigre and Violetta are very strongly involved. Violetta, it definitely appeared in the scenes of the poisoning. So we don't know precisely how that went down, but they're definitely involved. And they have power over Armstrong. We also know that Glenn had a lot of gambling debt. Certainly had a lot of gambling debt. And Tigre and Violetta are involved in a loan shark operation. So they could have had power over Glenn as well. The police office, the department seemed to be having computer problems. So I wonder if Glenn was providing them with some sort of computer virus or similar kind of thing. Mr. Wright. Oh, Maggie, so they finished questioning you? Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm going to stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Blog. One of those unattractive words, you know? Log. Not a funny or a silly word, it's just a kind of a, frog croak kind of sound. Or of like a toad croak. Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man. He was all over the place with his testimony. He's not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident, anyway. Is it possible she is the one misremembering things? Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yep, there are just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. So... the old man doesn't recall seeing Tigre. I can't imagine that the old man wouldn't recognize him. That guy is big and very orange. Armstrong has every reason to not remember Tigre or Violetta being there. Like, Violetta seems terrifying. Tigre might be intimidating, but Violetta will, gut you like a fish. Or at least that is the vibe she is intensely trying to give off. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him. But didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder in the coffee cup? So you really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it? Oh, yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right? It was MC Bomber, Maya. That name was scrawled on the sports paper as well. They never did find the CD at the crime scene, sir. Or the victim's medication. That's gone missing, too. Ouch, my head. It's getting way too complicated for me. You said that you passed out when the victim, Glenn Elg, collapsed, right? Yeah, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. Before I knew what was going on, they arrested me. Another implication is, did this coffee splatter show up beforehand because she's a klutz? Or was that a result of when she passed out? So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Très Bien. No idea at all. Why? Is it important? The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old Seedy wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police. Exactly, and you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time. No. You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in all of this. It's verging on impossible to imagine. It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Okay. Okay. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke to him earlier. I don't know. The things that man says don't add up for some reason, sir. Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old Seedy. I feel much better after the trial this morning. A bit of a courtroom proceeding addict for years now. It's like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. Not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? Thought you just said you felt much better. Maggie, there's something on your mind you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony. Roger, I'll spill it all and see what you make of it. Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo. But I can't really say it was an old man. Then how about calling him a real old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So what did this woman look like? It was sort of creepy. She had a kind of cackling laugh. Creepy? Cackling? I don't get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently. I used to be on the police force, sir, but I'm incarcerated now, so I can't use my connections to help you. All I can tell you about is how this info about ex-con... can tell you about now is info about ex-cons or the clientele of Très Bien. I'll let it get you down, Maggie. Holy smokes, that's him. Huh? That's your phony, Mr. Wright. Just look at that ridiculous suntan. For the record, I'm not sunburned all over, like an all-over dried tomato, so I don't know how. He told me he'd been on a business trip to Hawaii. And that's where he got the tan. I'm not hearing this. Oh yeah, got something you're going to love. Really? What is it? A lunchbox, just for you. Here. Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies, too. Can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe is really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this, too. I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that. Rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them. Somehow, when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier. And anyway, I hate weenies. Heard it was from Gumshoe, and she's like, meh, I don't want it. Really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But he's right. It's better than letting it go to waste. But guess so. Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with Maya. Well, how was it? That hit the spot. I love weenies. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir. Was the Invader Zim Company Delicious Weenie? Oh, yeah, that's from when I was carrying a customer's breakfast over to them. The ketchup spot, you mean? My whole face was fire engine red thanks to that stuff. But you spilled the ketchup on your apron, didn't you? I don't see how. The ketchup-covered omelet went flying and hit the customer in the face. Oh, talk about tomato red face. Makes me wish I could have seen it myself. Yeah, I guess it was kind of a sight to behold. Doesn't care about the matchbook. Anybody else? Mr. Armstrong was very good to me after I was fired from the force. I can't believe someone as nice as him could have anything to do with this. Well, in the time between the victim being poisoned and the police being called, the only person who was on the scene and had a chance to do anything was Mr. Armstrong. There's no one else there. Mr. Armstrong wouldn't set me up, would he? Flag raised. Main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already. Yeah, and there's a problem with the internet, too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief. But I'm watching videos online. Can't catch up with on my Asian soap operas. It's gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch. No! Some young guy. This one, some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot-to-trot girlfriend. This place is really buzzing. Something must be going down. Something really big. What are you doing here, pal? Detective Gumshoe. You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We've got big problems here today. Why? What's going on? It's a virus. A virus. A virus. Got a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. But I really need to ask you some questions. Okay, I'm gonna say this once, so listen up. Yes. No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear? Okay. You got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there. We're not talking about borrowing money, detective. We want information. Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tenderlender is considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems it ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed, calling in all their debts. Really? Don't go poking your nose around their business, pal. Really regret it if you upset that lady. Alright, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady? Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick? Or find out what the story is with this lady. So what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe? Dunno. What? Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? Here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. What's with that face, pal? You think you know what a virus is? Well, Nick, do you? Computer virus? Sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course. Really? Wow, you know everything, Professor Nick. I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on. That sounds pretty cool, don't you agree, Dr. Wright? Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Okay, fine, I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. Virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage? You mean like it makes the machine go boom and explode? No, the damage is, well, it's all internal. So the insides go boom. Imagine all the case data you've got stored on your PC here on the station. A virus could wipe out all of that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about. Wow, that's scary. And what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious. Yep. 90s hacker movie viruses. Most computers are connected to... I mean, it's not that they can't do that. It's that this description of them. Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to the other over the network. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster. It's like a real virus, huh? Why would anyone want to make a program like that? Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it? No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's. That's horrible. Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Godot so he catches a cold. Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. Really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. Ooh, what? Where? When? And why did the conversation jump to talking about me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. All the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before. Name of the virus, huh? Like I've heard of it before, too. Well, I don't care about the disc. Oh, no. That name, I've heard it before. Just nod to yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on? It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it. The name scribbled on the sports paper and written on the CD. Okay, you could probably have shown him the paper as well. There are moments where this game has much more lenience about when you can call something out. Every now and then, though, there's a particular moment that seems like it's the same as like 3 other moments in a statement when you have to present one item and not the other items that seem directly connected and imply the exact same thing. The name scribbled on that sports paper and written on the CD. That's the name of the virus, MC Bomber. What? Yeah, that virus has just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. Can you give us any more details, please? No, I'd say how did they get it on the police department's network, but in the background here we have the chief, who sounds like they're the kind of guy that's like downloading everything and running it on a admin level computer. We already know about the MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos, law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if their demands weren't met. Who are they? I don't know. Some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. And now the virus has been released, huh? Yeah, it's in every computer in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival. All the stuff with criminals and viruses. It's almost like we're in a sci-fi movie. Apparently, the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. Focus right now is on tracing the root of this virus on the black market. You mean something that someone put this virus up for sale? Yeah, and because this one's so powerful, they're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars. Okay, so this is why the group behind Tender Lender was calling in all the debts heavily, is they wanted to be able to buy this thing. And maybe that could be why the guy was killed, is to take it. You know, to snatch it and not have to pay. In the millions, virus can be worth that much? Or maybe instead of paying the Blue Screen Incorporated for the virus, you know, under the table, they managed to convince Glenn to steal it. And he brought it in there to get money to pay off his gambling debts, and was killed to keep him quiet about it. There's so many possibilities. It's more compelling when it's that way. That's the girl who works over at Tender Lender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it. She does kind of look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she? That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? Her name's Viola Cadaverini. Yep. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini. Bruto Cadaverini? Do you know who that is, Nick? Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini's the boss of the Cadaverini family. Really? The Cadaverinis? It's one scary-sounding name. We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you? No, I don't remember ever saying I was going to. Better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. Oh, this guy, the tiger. Is he famous? Yeah, this guy's not a loan shark, you know. Nope, he's a big lone cat. Hence the name. Don't pay him back, and you better say your prayers because he'll eat you alive. You're shaking, detective. Like a leaf. Just, you know, kind of on edge at the moment. If you know what I mean. Head of the Tender Lender Loan Company. Yep. Talk. Yeah. Every now and then it puts the new thing up at the top. And I've stumbled over that before. Like, we couldn't find, you know, what's the next flag? Where could it be? And it was because the new message appeared at the top instead of the bottom like it normally does. Not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis? Who are they? Scary bunch of people, that's who. You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about? Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop. These guys are scary. They got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They've got too much moolah. Moolah? As in, they pretty much control the cash on the city's black market. Black market, huh? And that includes Tenderlender, I take it? Sure, no one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini. I mean, no one. Interesting. So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss, then? Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him. So, how did she end up at the Tenderlender? I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss of Tenderlender are pretty tight. Tight? That's what it said in a file I read related to Maggie's case. Sounds like a pretty important clue. Ah, can't believe it. Almost forgot the most important thing. And that is, you know, the lunchbox. How did everything go? Lunchbox? You remember the weenies? I hate weenies. Oh yeah, those weenies. So, how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? I'd say phrasing, but they're only like in this general orbit. Well, it was delicious. Yeah, that's what she said? Really? Well, not exactly. Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh. Do me a favor again, huh, pal? Deliver this. It sure is a heavy burden, in more ways than one. I can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that. Weenies again, Nick. Tell me we don't have to eat all these, too. Weenies. Really can't eat anymore. Yeah, it dodges the potential problems, casemate. She would mind, okay. Got a bopper with the Magatama here. See if we have all the bits we need. Oh. That could have been bad. Gambling habit. A little sidestep that she does. Yeah, she has that vibe, doesn't she, Andrew? Like, she should be, like, there should be a product right behind her hand when she does that. That little, wow meme. Furio Tigre, the boss of a loan office called Tenderlender. Tenderlender? People with businesses should think harder before naming their offices. Like you're one to talk. Blue Screens Incorporated. Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. No. I mean about Mr. Elg. You think Glenn had something to do with Furio Tigre? Yes. I'm sorry, I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Really? Because I've got proof that Mr. Elg and the tiger knew each other. This is who Mr. Elg met with on the day of his murder. The only thing a loan shark would want to talk to him about would be his debt. No. It's true that Glenn racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I would think. Which was the smaller number written on the sports page. Right next to the 500,000 that is associated with Armstrong. $100,000? Ouch. But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay. The guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Oh. He had all those lotto tickets and was set to make the deal with the tiger. But he won the lottery. He removed the reason that he would have sold him the virus. So the tiger kills him so he can take it. This isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming. A computer program is worth $100,000. Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. So close. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide. Didn't think it was worldwide. First it was the police department, then it was across the city. Has it really gone that bonkers? A sure bit. Sherbert gets a cute little sleepy trill when he wakes up. There's also when he's most receptive to pets. MC Bomber. No. Her outfit probably sounds like it should squeak when she walks, you know? Glenn's head had to be more processing power than any computer. But it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. I mean, he was in debt. Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work. Something a bit risky. Risky? How? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Trebian. Where do you come up with these ideas? So it's safe to say Mr. Elg was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus? Yes. It was a work of genius. In a bad sort of way, of course, but still genius. You have to respect their artistry. I mean, they were artists using human corpses, but It's really good artwork. Something like that would probably fetch several $1,000,000 on the black market. Inconceivable! She was right for a change. This date, December 3rd, that is marked on the calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his debts. So he had to move fast. He was out of time. He could have gotten a whole lot more. Yeah, it's the timer running out was what they were hoping for, because if they couldn't get it from him for his debts, then they would have had to pay way more. Yes, he won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Mr. Elg's losing horse racing tickets thrown back on the floor. Use the trash can, Nick. Hey, are we gonna do something stupid like go confront the Tenderlender folks? We'll do something stupid, I guess. Very frail, you see. Just recently, I died. Once. You died? About 4 months ago. The doctor said to abandon all hope. Guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the river Styx. Weird time to get poetic. But Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso. Still wonder what's in her coffee. So is that why you've got that bandage around your head? So what's the story with the bandage? They put it on after the operation. Operation? Just a little injury. A little fatal injury. Fatal? They just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you died once? Well, dang. She really creeps me out, Nick. Same here, but we've got to find out the truth. Bop her with the Magatama. The bandage around your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently. But by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Did the injury in question have something to do with this? A scooter? Nope. Donuts? Okay, the other thing... one more try would be the car repair bill. There we go. The car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis. Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. The relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong, and this is why... Exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of the family's cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike, or something like that. I don't remember much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but... I took a blow to the head. A bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. That's what happened to the person on the bike. Guessing they didn't get away with it. Get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Oh. She doesn't know it was him. Ran away? Or, they're keeping that information from her. If they'd stayed, I'd have... Is it possible, could the person who committed the hit and run have been... It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident? Wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided, the motorbike in my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he? It's Don Tigre who caused Viola to crash. I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him, too. Sorry, Miss Cadaverini. I have proof that the tiger was involved in the traffic accident on his bike. Bike. Not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is very badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? It's possible, perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I know that may be true. I knew it. But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive. How much are we talking? Very, very expensive. Oh. Seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? After I recovered, Don Tigre told me he said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. Because he had to. I believe him. Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? You want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. Oop. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? Dubious. Or his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money? $1 million. 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure. Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big. It's not a trivial operation then. They said the operation cost $1 million. $1 million bucks? My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay. $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million bucks? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. But I knew that wasn't really true. Wow, I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money was evil. Huh? He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Okay, by poisoning the guy and taking the disc, they could have sold the disc and paid off any debt that Tiger had. Here, take these. What are these? Medical papers? I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse. Ah, references. $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Payment was due last year. Feel so bad for Viola. It's inexcusable. That could be why they were so aggressive calling in debts, actually. Hard to say. I think we're in the vicinity of the series events, though. There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. It's a very specific inexcusable poisoning. Like, I get betrayal. But just poisoning? Like everything else is on the table? Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. It's one of those, like, only a coward would fight that way. They've already committed to killing. Everything all right, Nick? We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. Yeah. I won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Pair bill tossed out. Oh, maybe we can pester the owner again. Hello, I've been waiting for you to return. Hey there, Okami. We are having a good night. We're trying to get through the second day of investigation on Case 3 of the third game of the Phoenix Wright Trilogy. How about you? How's your night been? Good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. he hasn't got anything to say to use, fellas. It's Evil Phoenix. Zinioop. Who you calling Zinioop? Ah. I'm out from under the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. What? Want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers, now. Good times, good times. Oh, I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. Just want to know what you know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. And it ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because she's Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay this off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? Yes. Mr. Armstrong? Forgive me. I cannot argue with him. Schmack. That all you got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait. Take it too hard. Phoenix, right? Was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal. Gumshoe Ex Machina. Detective Gumshoe. Detective? You think you're gonna stop me, Copper? Beat it. Oh. Come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But, go, pal, and take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Alright, thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind. We'll get even with that guy tomorrow. In court. Tenderlender is going down. Let's go a little longer, huh? After a quick break, though. Be right back, folks. Getting settled back in, folks. Had to get the kitties their food before they revolted. Welcome, Spooky. Welcome. Sorry if you arrived while I was away. We're going to go for at least a little bit longer. The definition of little bit has yet to be determined, but we're going to find that out shortly enough. Defense lobby number 1. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So what do you think this is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. That's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Yeah, of course. I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. His heart is filled with it. Why don't I believe you? Nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Hey, pal. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh. Look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this will help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy, too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this thing. This is the little vial that we found in Armstrong's aromatherapy case. Because, you know, we're attorneys. We're allowed to steal anything that they don't stop us from stealing. All perfectly legal until they stop you. To think of it, that doesn't look like the one of those aromatherapy bottles. Yeah, that's what you said when you picked it up. This is the small bottle that turned up in Trebien's kitchen a couple of days ago. Yep. It's different. Yep, doesn't smell. Contains liquid, isn't scented. And they got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Oh, it's the ear medication. Glenn's ear medication. Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. It's fun times, Spooky. Occasionally it runs into the adventure game problem of you need to know precisely when to use the right thing. Because if you don't, you end up just like dumping your pockets out and mashing everything against every particular option until it works. So save scumming is pretty much obligatory in this game. Exactly, casemate. It's the, I couldn't condone crimes at all, but, if I were to turn my back and something that perhaps was, that became providence of a crime were to end up on my desk by some unknown means, then it'd be just amazing. Wouldn't that be great? For ears, you mean? Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Eld was using for his ruptured eardrum. What's Glenn's ear medication doing in the kitchen? What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but... it's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Yes, it does have an anime. I don't know how much the anime covers. It definitely covers, like, I believe the first series. Or the first game. But I don't know how much more it covers. This is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it? Today's trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Is that guy gonna show up dressed as Phoenix Wright and try to say, no, I'm the real Phoenix Wright? Ignore the fact that I look like a tangerine in a blue suit. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. I wonder how many cups of coffee he'll go through today. Apparently he went through 16 in the first day. Way faster than he has before. Get underway at once. It was 11 the first day, the first part of the trial that we encountered him. Then 17 the following, at least 17 the following. 16 in the last day. This guy's blood is mostly coffee and caffeine. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. Claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony is plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows the victim drank with his right hand, but according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet, the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. Amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You've lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You got to change with the times. It's one of my rules. Are you implied that you've resolved these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles. The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here. He was throwing us off the scent. Hello, Ember. Hello. Come on. Come here. Come on now. Come on. Today I'll prove it. Very well, let the first witness take the stand. And you are... Hello, everyone. I'm not doing his French accent. His presence on the screen is sufficient. Gene Armstrong, the owner and head chef of the Trebien restaurant. Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you... Phoenix Wright, stop it. As you can see, I'm a pert and perky gentleman. On the day of the incident, you were in Trebian's kitchen. It is... It's not as bad a stereotype as they could have had, but it's pretty bad. Isn't that right? With you, sir. Everything feels right. Ha! Oh, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. So there's a particular flow to this game. You have the kind of information gathering sequence. Then you'll have the trial sequence. And the trial sequence is generally witness testimony. And then you go in and kind of poke at the witness's testimony and potentially supply evidence that contradicts that testimony until you've done all that you need to do. And then it moves on to the next bit of testimony and the next bit of testimony, usually increasing in obscurity until you finally succeed. And you do a lot of saving and reloading during that process, because if you get it wrong often enough, you'll have to start over. When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new Art Deco that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Oh. The partition included a large mirror. That's why the guy saw it on the other side. He saw it through the mirror. So we had a prior witness that was saying that the victim was using the hand, the ear, all of that, all of the relevant bits of the victim were reversed. Because they were looking through, they were seeing the reflection in the mirror. Perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. A cup, an earpiece, and glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, right? Now, it could be that he's lying here, but that is plausible. A mirror? Yes, a grand mirror. A most enormous mirror. And suddenly, the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. What the heck? This is way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. And who were those 2 customers exactly? The young man who died, and the other, the not-so-young man. You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume? But the other man Maggie says she saw at the table. It's good times, Okami. You can get the Trilogy on Steam, which is the first 3 games. There are other games, but they're, I think, only available primarily on DS. Steam also has a couple of newer ones, like the Great Attorney series or the Great Ace Attorney series, something like that. I'll be following into those next. Cat check real quick here. Canning. There we go. Mason looking out the window. So there's plenty of game to be had for relative value. This is the sort of game that made me like the actual detective style games, like find the clues kind of games. Not hidden object, not gather the text logs, you know. I have no problem with you showing up, Spooky. It is very similar to Danganronpa. A little earlier, I was describing as Danganronpa feels like, to me, a slightly upgraded Phoenix Wright. You could have all of the same stuff in Danganronpa in Phoenix Wright, and it would feel a bit more engaging to me. Even setting aside all the minigame stuff, like, you know, the shooting and whatnot, the conversations and the supplying of evidence and whatnot feels more on point. And it feels more relevant. In Phoenix Wright, you tend to feel like you have to go to each area and poke everything until an arbitrary flag is reached. Like, oh, I got what they wanted me to. Now if I go to this area, new conversation will happen and I'll get more stuff. Danganronpa flows a little better than that. But Phoenix Wright really is the predecessor to that. It's good in its own way. The other one that got me liking mystery games and also hits that puzzle itch is the Professor Layton series, which I really hope they release on PC again. There was a brief period that one was available on Steam, but it got pulled. But the Professor Layton ones are like mystery games, but you progress by solving puzzles. Lots of different puzzles. There was even a Phoenix Wright Professor Layton crossover game, which was really good. Had all the Phoenix Wright stuff, plus all the Professor Layton stuff. It's perfect. And then the Professor Layton series tanked, and they stopped making them, and it was a real shame. But they might be looking at a comeback on that, which would be cool. So on this guy was poisoned. We know in the opening scene that this guy kills him, but we're piecing together how and why that happened. The assumption is this guy came here to pay off his debt by giving over this computer virus. But as he was at the table, he won the lottery. And that lottery amount would be more than enough to pay off the debt. This guy then proceeds to kill him. Yeah, it does look like a scouter, doesn't it, Spooky? Apparently all the computer programmers at his company, at the company he works at, have scouters. They're like, oh, they're head-mounted display. They're a head-mounted display. All programmers use those. Like, really? I don't recall ever getting a head-mounted display. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we? So I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. Each case is separate, Okami, but there are constant callbacks and there is a narrative flow. So the defendant in this case is the defendant in the first case of the second game. So there are a lot of characters, just like some background going on and on them constantly, but it's not like Danganronpa, where the entirety of a given Danganronpa game is one back-to-back incident. In this case, each trial is its own thing, usually separated by some period of time. Experimenting with Art Deco? How come I never heard about that before today? That is a defining characteristic of Phoenix Wright, is his very pointy hair. It is kind of amusing when he says experimenting with Art Deco. A thing that you often see with Art Deco, I think, I might be wrong on this, might be confusing it, but a not uncommon design in Art Deco is like almost like the angel-winged person with the wings spreading back. You often see it with like, might be like hood ornaments kind of thing. Kind of reminds me of Phoenix's hair. And they are spikes. It's not like the whole back of his hair is spiky. It's just those like prongs sticking back. Not familiar with the language of interior design, sir? No, wrong button. Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before? But I did, just a few minutes ago. Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of decoction? Unfamiliar with word. No, Art Deco is a style of design, Your Honor. He's talking about interior design. Walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing. If you've ever seen the memes, Spooky, of somebody shouting objection, or a guy with gray hair and a mauve suit, along with, Phoenix Wright, this is the game that it comes from. We will inevitably get to see the shout of objection and hold it and that kind of stuff. I was trying to achieve a more effeminate look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of the decor. I don't know how he could get more stereotypically effeminate in that restaurant. I think if you put more flowers, pink, and like filigree and whatnot in that location, you would create some sort of cute singularity. Some sort of all-encompassing, all-drawing-in glow of pink and frilly. Yes. It is the equivalent of Danganronpa's No, That's Wrong. Having a large mirror. How big of a mirror are we talking about here? Something about 4 meters wide and about 2 meters high. Let's see, 1 meter is about a yard. Holy glass in a frame, that's huge. It's intending to install it on the ceiling eventually. The ceiling? Is there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember. No, but I decided to go through with it in the end. I decided not to go through with it in the end. He has a really thick French accent in what is presented. I'm translating that because the characters is enough of a stereotype, so I'm not doing the accent. Or at least is enough of a painful stereotype for me. Really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, somebody would have noticed it. There's nothing about the mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But
Objection!
You didn't ask, right? You have only yourself to blame for such sloppy work. We don't know who Godot actually is, but he doesn't like us. It's not most of the prosecutors are antagonistic towards you. Godot seems to have a grudge against Phoenix. What? A mirror was delivered to Trebien the day before the incident. He did indeed say the thing, Spooky. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. Second, let's just... crime scene photo. There's... I don't see where the mirror is supposed to be, though. Because this just looks like the partition that they normally had. Maybe the mirror is obscured and is only on the other side. And as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if the mirror was delivered to Trebien, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. If you want to doubt someone, Wright, look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in a mirror. Guy joins Mason to look out the window. I have a little outdoor water light projector. Oh, and there's Sherbet, too. That's the little multicolored light hitting the walls there. I'd hope that they would be more engaged by the light, but it still looks pretty. Normally, I'd expect the people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Normally? How does normality come into this? That's lame, Trite, even for you. Pooh, you're boring, Phoenix. Huh? Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it? Where does that leave the pork-you-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? Godot breaking the fourth wall. And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here. Well tried. We have no idea what the mask is or why he's wearing it. It does seem to be mechanical in some way when he is shocked or at a loss for words. There will be smoke that rises out of the mirror, the edge of the visor. Nah, not the hair. I do not have a top knot. Mr. Godot is correct. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument. Logic has won the day. Cup, an earpiece, and glasses, it would have seen everything in reverse. Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse? Yes. Take a minute and think what CD said in his testimony. How did he phrase it again? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. Oh, no. See, if he said, no question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong, it was his left ear. But if it was mirrored, it would be his right ear. It clears up how he would have picked up the coffee cup with his left hand, but it makes everything else wrong. saw it through the mirror, then it fixes his testimony. That makes everything worse for Maggie. There's got to be something in the old man's testimony. How do we challenge that is the problem. Maya gets accused of murder at least once. She gets kidnapped by an assassin. Let's see. She's accused of murder twice. No problem, Okami. Get the opportunity to get some sleep, you get some sleep. The cup would work, but not the glasses. The glasses would have been in his right. A save down here. Then we figure out what we're supposed to challenge this with. Oh, okay. Let's try this. Yep. If the music stops, you got it right. Coffee cup, the earpiece, and the head-mounted display. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. Now, he was wearing it over his left eye. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong, but it was his left ear that he had the earpiece in. His left ear has a ruptured eardrum. He wouldn't be using an earpiece in his left ear. So to summarize, we were told both the head-mounted display and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw all that as a reflection in the mirror, it means both the head-mounted display and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactly. You see, sir? Now that you think about it, it's not so hard, right? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the head-mounted display is now on the wrong side of his head? Gavel! Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye. Yes, Godot can summon coffee. How bitter. Right? You have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume? The I broke a vase, sorry apology letter? I mean, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. The old man had one very grievous habit other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. What's the most striking thing about Mr. Elg? Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's head-mounted display made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Huh, well, trite. It's the worst but best impression of Kudo ever. Really thought he was old Seedy for a moment there. Godot's good. The musical theme changed to the old man's music theme while he was doing that impression. Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony. Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Yes, I can explain. Please, if you will look at the plans of the restaurant. Apparently, he drinks the coffee pretty much black. So this we can see. This is the we passed the last bit of testimony. Like we cleared the required answers. So now it will move to the next piece of testimony for us to poke at. Is everyone sitting comfortably? Mirror was in the middle of the restaurant. Okay, that's new. Cut in two halves. There's only one seat from which you could have seen the image of the victim. Right there. Okay. This will still make it so he couldn't have seen the other person in the chair. Now. Was the seat at the table next to the victim. That was where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so that it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. So that sounds like what he would have done while the old man had been sent to call the police, amongst any other things. See no problems with the explanation we have just heard? From the table next to the victim, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. This still doesn't solve the earpiece puzzle. We got 3 kitties on camera. Sherbet and Mason scuffling a bit. You will not be able to hear it, but the cat tree is bopping against the wall a little bit. Like I can hear them when their claws hit the sisal cord on the tree there. When Sky is not going completely berserk or causing trouble because he wants attention, he's really mellow. He is quite the chill cat. I've mentioned it before, but Sky is my diplomat. Whenever a new cat is introduced, he is the one that makes friends first. He will try to go over and meet them and try to be friendly, even if they're really defensive and scared. He is an unholy terror, Okami. If you've ever seen the memes of cats like knocking stuff off shelves rapid fire, that's him. And not just doing it because cat, but doing it because he knows you'll notice. What Sky will do is he'll go over near something and he'll do his little chirp. Um, and what will happen is either you will look at him. If you make eye contact, he will smack whatever he's next to off the shelf, and then he'll chirp at you again. And it is very much a look what I did. If you don't make eye contact, there's one of two ways that it'll go. He'll knock it off to try to get your attention, or he won't. It's not a certainty, but the only way to stop him from knocking things off the shelf with regularity is to not make eye contact when he calls out. But he'll do all kinds of stuff. Like if he wants me to scratch his head, he'll lay down next to the mouse. And if I am not actively petting him, he was doing this earlier today, he will grab at the mouse or headbutt it. The number of times I've been working on something and he has actually grabbed the mouse, clicked, and dragged across the whole screen. Like he will put his paws on the little keys on the mouse and drag at it that way. Or he'll lunge over and he'll swat at it and make it click. He is remarkably clever in that way. Because he knows pulling on stuff, he knows doing all of that stuff will get my attention. What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing all these men like this. Hello, Sherbet. Sherbet has dashed back in here behind my head. He must get some back scratches and such. As I have included in some places in kind of my channel rules and such, be prepared to have everything derailed by a cat. Pretty frequently, but it's usually not like super obvious. Earlier today, we had Ember and Sky whirling all over the place. Mason and Sherbet will run around and play, but it's less of the whirling around the room kind of cat zoomies. But not infrequent. Not infrequent. No worries, Spooky. Like I was saying earlier, if you nod off, hey, you get some sleep. Sleep is more important than stream, he said, not getting any sleep. He can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. I hate that guy. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Of course. Okay, so by changing the position of the mirror and where the old man was sitting, then it still raises the question of why his earpiece was in the left ear, and why he saw anything reversed. Good times, Okami. That's kind of what I'm aiming for. Like, I have played actionier games before, but I like this kind of thing. There have been weeks where Monday was puzzle day, where I would just do nonogram puzzles, like Picross puzzles. It's a very chill experience. Cross-examination time. It's in the middle of the restaurant. So run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? Yes. Yes? Really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would be in the way. Look who's talking, Trite. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things. Oh, thank you, Okami. But this is my seat in the courtroom. Rabian's charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, Trite. I tell you, sir, the mirror was there, in the middle of the restaurant. Only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. Where would that be? Look how you lean towards me. Always attract the younger boys. Maybe I'll keep you in suspense a little longer. Ugh. Like, there are too many compounding things wrong with the Armstrong character. Like, he ticks off way too many stereotype bubbles, especially when you consider that it's a Japanese game. The conventionally unattractive male who is exceptionally feminine and like sexual harassy levels of sexually aggressive is kind of a painful stereotype over there. Like, it's usually like really burly guys with caked on makeup that they do for that, and it's like, stop that. If they removed any one of those elements from the character, he would be a lot more tolerable. Tell the court what you know at once. Attract the older ones too, you know. Handsome. Should I tease you too? See, stop it. Already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time. I expect he was talking about his coffee when he said, I'm seeing a hot someone. I bet he has mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume. Yep, there you go, Maya. There is only one seat from which you could have seen. Seat at the table next to the victims. So you can only see the victim from that particular seat. Yes, it's obvious. If you look at the plans, you'll understand. I mean, you could have seen him from over here. Would have been reflected. From this angle, you should have seen him in the same perspective. From that angle, his left should still be his left. Sitting the table next to the victim? Does that seem kind of odd? Move the mirror while Kudo was calling the police. Oh, if he was at the table next to it, he would have broken the glass there, but it wasn't broken. Carried it out of the restaurant, then. Moved a huge mirror like that all by yourself? What can I say? I know how to pick things up, but... Joe actually laughed at something. Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong? Look like the obliging type, yes? Or no? But naturally, I didn't touch anything else. you sure about that? I touched nothing except the mirror. Mr. Wright, is there something the witness has said doesn't match the crime scene? There is, I just can't put my finger on it exactly. Suffering from a case of heartburn, Trite? I have just the thing for that. An oil with golden myrrh and frankincense. Drops in your coffee and voila, enjoy. Focus, Phoenix. Breathe. Need to ignore those two and just find some evidence. It's pretty strange, though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. I think somebody would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither did old Seedy. The only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Trebian that day. Just gotta prove it, somehow. Drop a save. I think we'll be able to use this to prove that he took something from the scene. He is a bit of a kleptomaniac as far as little things. And this is the medication, the ear medication of the victim that was removed from his prescription bag at the crime scene. And it was found in essentially a trunk belonging to Armstrong. This is the medication bag. Okay. No broken vase. Okay. Let's see if that works. There we go. That's one. Table thump. Your Honor, Mr. Kudo's words yesterday strongly contradict Mr. Armstrong's testimony. This is the letter of apology that was written by Mr. Kudo, is it not? I realize it looks useless, Your Honor, but it is still testimony. I guess useless people are only really good at identifying useless things. What relevance does this scrap of paper have to the trial, Mr. Wright? Table thump. Mr. Kudo's testimony is actually very relevant to the question at hand, Your Honor, because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. Crime scene photo. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. The crime scene photo? Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist? Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Kudo really doesn't like Phoenix. The defense would please clarify its statement. What is the something that should not exist? Click. Table thump. One thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Objection. Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There's only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Trebian that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Right there. Smoke from the visor. And then he slams his coffee. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day. In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear? But wouldn't the mirror not change anything? If he said it was in his left ear, that still has the contradiction of... because he would have still seen it as the left ear. Because if the mirror is over here on the side and I'm looking at it from the side, I'm not seeing it reflected front on. I'm seeing it reflected on the side. So it would still look like his left side, wouldn't it? Yeah. Really curious what that visor is supposed to be. You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that mirror wasn't there, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, I'll be much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Exactly, Revy. A lot of marathon sessions lately. Let's see how long this holds up. There might be some short days in the near future, if for no other reason than catching up on video work. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? It's more than just one contradiction. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. I think I know the reason. Why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. It doesn't make sense. Or does that make sense? Save. Clearly, you made a mistake. Mr. Trite, you're the one who brought up all these contradictions, and if you're trying to tell us the old man just made a mistake, we can wrap up this case right now with a guilty verdict. How about it, Mr. Wright? Should I just declare your client guilty? Nope, nope. The case is riddled with contradictions, yet there is one very simple answer that clears them all up. And what was that? What is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events. Ooh. Had not considered. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elk at all. He was an imposter. A phony pretending to be Mr. Elk. Obviously, unlike the victim, there is nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. Ooh. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Drink. Godot's delayed action spit takes. Gavel, settle down or I'll clear the courtroom. Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, too? Why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say? Wright, are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and act out the whole coffee poisoning. Ooh. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection!
Rel Trite, why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was the serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but there's one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. One of the metagame elements of this is you are given these like descriptive scenes that are usually true. Like they usually don't show you like a fabricated scene. This is not the back of Maggie's head. This is the back of Violetta Cadaverini's head. The mafioso version of Wednesday Addams.
Objection!
Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness? The restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics. You would have known about it, correct? This is most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Trebian that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. Dramatic pointing. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events of in the restaurant that day. Yes, yes. So one of the things is, you have different expressions from each witness, and one of the things that I always look forward to is seeing the full freak out expression. They have been caught completely in a lie, like their whole testimony has been broken apart. There is usually a freak out scene. Exactly, Revy. Armstrong is... There are issues with Armstrong. The victim, Mr. Elg, came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery, Mr. Elg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. There's no time for a phony to do the acting. I wonder if the lottery thing is just a smokescreen. Like, they wanted to establish a reason. A reason that Elg wouldn't have felt compelled to do anything shady. Like, that his debt wasn't a motivating factor. No, they found a winning lottery ticket. But the ticket could have been a plant as well. I mean, it was put on Maggie, and we know that there was somebody else there, so why wouldn't they have walked away with it if they could have? Puzzling. So we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all? Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. So his sweating, like ripping petals off the roses, is that he is nervous, he is anxious. I'm interested to see if we have a full freak out version for him. What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. There will be no consequences for the near future, though. Yes. Witnesses can perjure themselves as much as they want, as long as the prosecution keeps them on the stand and the judge doesn't object. Even if they have repeatedly lied to the court, as long as they keep talking, their testimony will be admitted. Cross-examination time. He took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. He has a $500,000 debt to the mafias. He is, that is true, Revy. It's normally like the big bad that has the full-on breakdown. Leave it alone. Was he alone at his table as well? Yes. I saw him from the kitchen. Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the table. Unfortunately for you, yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? Not coffee, it's love. Love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Yes. He comes often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. Worth a sip just for the experience. He commented that the coffee was terrible when we encountered him at the restaurant. Make me so happy, sir. You're most welcome any time. I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. So old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. We should ask about his arrival in more detail. Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh, no, I cannot remember, sir. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 by a kind of scary old man, sir. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 and 2:10, right? Just after 2, huh? Oh, that's not right. Here, we'll show why in a minute. Thank you for your help jogging my memory, sir. You are wonderful. He's got to be holding that rose in his canines. Because it's... There has to be a gap for it to go into, because otherwise it looks like he's flossing his teeth with it. Time of the day will be added to the witness's testimony. Yes, Sir Judge, everything I do it for you. Like, right there, look at that. Like... It's like he's running it through his eye teeth. It's weird. I know, just artistic oversight in the character design, but... You'd think the impression... it's got to be that he's biting it in his teeth, and that they've just drawn it badly for that. That's French, isn't it? At least one person's in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. Okay, this is incorrect because of this. This is when the lottery results of the ticket that he had, that he supposedly won, are only broadcast at 1:30 p.m. before the supposed time of the incident. Afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. Huh? What do you mean? Time of the incident, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Yes, that must be the show that Mr. Elg was listening to. I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. Huh? You said the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Yes, I'm sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving the lunch. Get to the point, Trite, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on air at 1:30. Now, supposedly the victim made some noise when it was announced he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. There was his, has been dramatically countered there. He won't have the full explosive freakout, like Revy mentioned. The victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, listening to the radio catching a show that was already over, there's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. The victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. There were 2 Glen Elgs in Trabian that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer. And the phony Glen Elg, acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. Okay, that would also be why Violetta was acting as a waitress. Because Maggie, by that point, is unconscious. Like, she was unconscious until the police arrived, so she was out for, like an hour. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy? Quite a performance, Trite. You were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this, Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain, then, where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glen Elg was already dead. That's certainly the obvious conclusion. Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Just check here. Boo. Time of death was between 1 and 2:30. 1:30 and 2:30. I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. That customer was the phony Glen Elg. And where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? I mean, it could have been in the kitchen. Prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with the proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body? Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Wright. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence? What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? Thought I had him with that contradiction. He's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead. Gavel. Court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body, the real Mr. L? Where was the body concealed? It would have to been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside. Interesting. But where could the body have been hidden inside the restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. It's hidden here. I see. Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where is the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? Well, I have that. Oh, your medication. Sir Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No. I've never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, sir. The highest quality only for me. He has like a trunk full of 100 of those flower bottles. And he keeps foisting them off on people. I'm convinced that he got pulled into some sort of essential oils MLM. Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Très Bien. Huh? I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? Sure, everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elg visited an otolaryngologic. I have no idea how to pronounce that one. So, an ear clinic, and was given medication that day. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have lab results here. The contents of the bottle matched the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. Spit. Mr. Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen. At which time, this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. Exactly, Revy. Gavel, this is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elg? Never. I could never do such a horrible thing. No. Godot inhales a cup of coffee. How is there coffee left in that? The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. It's one of my rules. You have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? Look at Me had a decent freak out. I think the pose that he ends his freak out in was pretty cool. But I think we've had better freakouts. And I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my age deficit friend? He's deriding his accent. Indeed, Andrew, the tragic clown, look at me. Please, you must hear me out. It's a trap. Listen to me. Mr. Armstrong, the por favor is Spanish. I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it? I'm reminded of when he asks Ron Delight, you did it, or tells him, you did it, didn't you? No, absolutely no. Let's hear it. You've got one shot, right, Gramps? Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. Well, at least I actually think that even if he lies on this statement, that Godot's going to hit Phoenix with the coffee cup. It would follow the pattern. As does my gavel. Yes, it is clear. Why do they always say... What do they always say in the movies? Got a bad feeling about this? Gavel. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. The confession. Yep. Critical testimony music. True, I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me. You were forced? By who? I cannot say, or I will be erased. I think that's a decent bet there, Revy. If for no other reason than the opening scene implies it. But we know that in the pantomime that was done for Victor, we could see Violetta doing the poisoning. We don't know exactly how the poisoning was done in the actual killing. So maybe that'll come out soon. But the fact that she was shown doing the poisoning in Victor's retelling, to me implies that it would be the tiger that is doing the killing in the actual murder. Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elg died, was he really the only person at his table? There was another man. I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy. Get him to tell us the name of the real killer. Did you carry the body by yourself? Yes, I carried him. I carried Maggie, too. Maggie, too? When she saw the victim collapse, she fainted. I could not leave her there. But why did you hide the bodies? Man forced me to. I had no choice. What man? Who was he? I cannot say. I fear for my life. Really scared. Just had to put the words in his mouth, Nick. You're right. If you won't tell me, I'll tell him. How would you go along with this man? I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong? You know. You know. Yes? Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment. A maiden? Bit old to get away with that. A bit. They can't decide. Armstrong frequently refers to himself as a girl or a woman, and then at the beginning of this, he referred to himself as male, as a man. So it's hard to understand. Can't finish the cross-examination without establishing his reason, so I'll just have to prove it with evidence. If you kill him, you must believe. Armstrong is just confusing. You have a $500,000 debt, don't you? $500,000? Is that true, Mr. Armstrong? Yes. I was weak, and I borrowed the money. This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. That's why you couldn't refuse anything asked of you by this man. La Tigre. $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. You had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you. It is as you say. Mr. Armstrong. The tiger. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. The day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. Don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconscient Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I'd seen. I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison in the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it. I was not. It was despicable. Mr. Godot, we'll summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. Drink. 30 minutes. Well, the trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. Oh, don't sit back and relax yet, Wright. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way. Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We'll resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. And this will be our ending point for the night. Because it is already tomorrow. Save. Save. Alrighty, folks. Good times, good times. So, for those of you that hadn't encountered it before, this is Phoenix Wright. This is kind of Danganronpa light. Similar amount of murder, but less violent. A little more comedic most of the time too. But yeah, we are doing double Phoenix Wright this week, so we will be playing more of it tomorrow. Then Judgment on Thursday, and then 2 days of Danganronpa like before. Whew. But yeah, I hope everybody had a good time on our extra long Phoenix Wright night tonight. Like I said, I can't guarantee I'm going to do these extra long ones constantly because eventually all this lack of sleep is going to come crashing down on my head. The question is not if, but when. In the meantime, again, I hope you all have a good night tonight. Let me see if there is nope. So yeah. And hope you all have a good night tonight, and I will see you tomorrow, hopefully.